Alors on danse. Alors, alors on danse. Alors on danse. Alors on danse. Alors on danse.
What are you doing in my top spot? Right. Why are you playing Fortnite?
You cheating!
This is also a really interesting fight because, again, if you know me, I'm a big fan of Janus and Vortex. They obviously very much impressed last season, but this time round, Adian and Hardfire get the best of them.
Yeah, you would think that on the side of Janus and Vortex specifically, they're a little bit more patient, and Greasy Fights favor kind of the teams that take it a bit slower and are a little bit more methodical overall, but it seems like Hardfight and ADN got the drop on them. I was seeing that fight going the other way, but clearly these guys have a plan.
Yeah, Hardfight and ADN have continued to improve. I think last season, Hardfight really started to sort of get back into the swing of things, right? There were a couple seasons where maybe you weren't seeing these guys performing at the top level. I know Hardfight reached out to my guy, Coach Harry, started getting a bit of help in that regard, and now we're seeing them back into the important games, right? FNCS round 4 of the qualifiers is where you want to be. But at the end of the 6 games, there's an even more important place you want to be, right? In that top 5.
Absolutely. Some of these teams are watching. I mean, Hen and Queasy, an absolute shoo-in to rocket and get all the way up there towards that top 5. Sleepy Sound, they're just investigating for now. We just had Anolex and X-Squeeze on screen, Levin. Talk to me about them, because namesake-wise, fueling-wise, if you just look at the history, they should be a shoo-in for top 5, but a lot of the times, analysts, players, fans don't have them there.
Yeah, I think as a whole, they're doing that's very representative of a lot of what's happening with, you know, the French scene in Fortnite, right at the top level, where a lot of these players are very established. You expect them to do well, and they have the potential to come out and pop off. I wouldn't be surprised if Anderlecht finished in the top 5 today. But again, right, have they been putting in the hard yards throughout the season? I think a lot of people probably question that, and therefore question how well they can do in these more difficult lobbies. But they did well in the lead up, right? Of course, they have made it here, and so we'll give them that much credit, and they deserve to prove themselves. And this is something that will be a sight to behold. Taser and Chapik have the vault in game 1. I don't think that's going to change much over the next couple of games.
I love how you're just like walking down the street type vibe in your voice, you know, keeping it nice and nonchalant. You see Tayson on the screen. I've never seen this man smile mid-sentence, this hard, this wide, and just sound just this happy over one POV, man. They're not even doing anything. Why is that, Love it?
You want to know the truth, bro? It's because we're getting a prize for predictions. So I just want to do really well and get a prize. I could have predicted, you know, Jack and Harry. It wouldn't matter who I predicted. As long as they do well, you will see me smiling. So,
hey, if you're watching too, you're wondering, hey, what's going on? I might have just started playing Fortnite again because of zero build, or I haven't watched competitive before. I want to predict some teams. I want to be a fan. Welcome to competitive. Basically, you watch the early game portion of Fortnite drop down, and it's pretty much just fighting for your POI. It's the same in many modes. After that, those where things get a little bit more interesting. Mid game, it's all about trying to get some tags, trying to get some damage up. Storm Surge is the thing that's kind of exclusive to these competitive modes. I mean, it's active in a lot of places, but this is where you see it a lot of the time. And all you have to do is more damage than most other players in the lobby. There's a cutoff. I believe it's 70 players for the first kind of threshold overall. So you'll see teams basing up a little bit, going for that damage, being strategic. That's the name of the game. And then we'll see that classic end game mumbo jumbo. That's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and as a whole, right, you're almost playing your whole game with that end game in mind. Can we get to that stage of the game with the most resources, with the best possible chance of being able to win out the game? Resources will be a big part of that. You're seeing Hen farming up right now, making sure he can get himself up in that regard. And players will break out into different fights all around the map with that same goal in mind.
Control is basically the name of the game, and one of the duos I kind of want to talk about in that aspect, the one that did the best in the previous round, first place overall, Pink and Anas. And they have Cavern Mountain basically to themselves. They have a Chonker car as well to be able to move around. Those tires make you basically stick to any surface as you're driving up. And I feel like if they are allowed to play, I think that was the biggest thing, right? Being super contested off spawn, are they going to be allowed to have a say in every single game? Them comfortable in game 1 is going to be a scary sight for everyone else. Even Jason and Chapik's on the right.
Yeah, well, this is actually a scary sight for the rest of the lobby, right? Because they have a vehicle, for people don't know, right? A lot of vehicles that were in the game before were taken out, except for these ones here, the IO ones, the black vehicles. And if you're a team that has one, let's just say you have a decent leg up on the rest of the lobby. A lot of people would like to share the same fortune as you, right? And so that will be a huge factor into how they're actually able to traverse the map, right? Because what we're going to see in a lot of these games is people crowded on the edge of these zones, right? You know, the storm circle, you're just going to have a whole line of teams. And if you're a team with a vehicle, you have that ability to get around. You're just that bit more mobile than the rest, and it works wonders. That's why you'll see Queasy and Hen, as much as they'll be confident about their chances qualifying, Queasy will tell you guys, look, we're good, but we ain't got a vehicle. Cool, so don't have your hopes up, right? Everybody knows how strong they can be.
Most definitely, even with that central zone a little bit. And it's going towards that south side. A lot of people will be playing that edge and have access to moving in and actually playing the game. It's nothing too crazy like the mountains up top north. Michael and Astro. Seeing exactly what they can do, but it's split bases for a lot of players, and then the opposite side of that are just combined ones. Maybe a spot that has a bit more of a vantage point overall. Unena rolling in. Lois Esti as well, second place overall from round 3. This team I feel like has been pretty 50-50 throughout history. Esti specifically, always kind of toughed out on spawn. Always kind of in the middle of the pack when it comes to placements as well. Kind of have some momentum riding in. You already mentioned Tasting and Chapix, iDrop and Jerky playing here today as well. Everyone here kind of has that potential for the big pop-off But I think consistency is something that everyone's going to be striving for, trying to get towards that top 5.
Yeah, most definitely, right? I think, you know, coming into this game, as much as these guys have all done a great job to get here, there will be nerves rocking about. If you can sort of get a really good early start, that momentum can do wonders. That's my biggest hope for this duo here on our screens, right? Jason and Chapix, both great players, both FNCS winners. They've actually won an FNCS playing together, but if you don't know much about these two, I'll tell you this, they argue quite a bit, right? both great minds in terms of Fortnite, right? Two of the smartest players in the game, and they can clash sometimes, right? And so if things don't go their way early on, right, that momentum not going in their favor can be huge, right? When the arguments start breaking out, can they actually keep things together and stay on the same page when it matters the most?
You got to see a bunch of these players live at Media Day recently. Talk to me about the vibes of them on site finally, you know, meeting some of their competitors for the first time. Like, was everything hunky-dory, or was it kind of like, you know, as intense as things get in-game, or maybe even in solo catch cups?
You know what? Everyone's lovely, man. That's the one thing. All these players are very lovely people. Of course, things did get quite intense right during the Cash Cup. I know Reese will talk about it a bunch, but Queasy, if you were watching Queasy in person play a Cash Cup, you wouldn't think he's doing well. He's straight up, he gets so angry, he gets so fired up that you just would not think he's actually doing well. But you know, you look at the leaderboard and he's way up there, right? So sometimes players allow their emotions to get in there, but for the most part, everyone's quite cool. So I'm sure as we go player to player, I'll have some more anecdotes for each one. But nah, it was a great experience. These guys, their passion for Fortnite is brilliant. They all work incredibly hard, and I'm sure that will pay off for a lot of them today.
Stakes-wise, I mean, just every game, every player's obviously looking to win. If you're talking about Cash Cups, you're trying to come, you know, towards the top first overall. For this week, this qualifier, these 6 games, by the time they're over, every duo here is going to be looking towards getting towards that top 5. If so, they're going straight towards the finals, towards the end of the season. So, I mean, there are a few shoo-ins on your screen right now as well, but anything can happen, especially with the way some of these POIs are set up in terms of fights. It's just getting insane and crazy. This might be one of the slowest in terms of action games we've seen so far across both seasons. Everyone playing super slow. I feel like a little bit of that loot pool as well gives you access to take a few more passive fights, go for tags overall. The introduction of the shield keg, just having that 100 shield for free after taking a few engagements. People are looking just to base up a bit more than to go all in 50-50 these box fights.
Yeah, I think being able to actually find a team you can get tags on can be difficult. A lot of people in these lobbies will be playing just that bit safer than they usually would. And so you always have to pick your timings and your openings wisely. You see Bad Sniper and DKS, they think they found an opening. I'm not able to connect with much just there. They will have to find something though. 222 below. You can see on the right of your screen. And so that means that desperate times are among them. They have an IO vehicle as well, and so they'll really want to stay in this game. Always have great potential to go far into the moving zones with that. But you have to do damage. If you don't do damage, the server will claim its damage from you. And this is why they're getting in.
Yeah. This is just tough. DKS Bad Sniper, 86 below. Focus on that number on the right side of the screen. It's already gone, though, as are both these players. Yikes is there with Vico. They started off the game taking out Benji and Savage, and now they're here just reigning and leading the lobby in eliminations.
Yeah, those are obviously two Tilted Tower teams. Not actually fighting out at Tilted, but later on in the game they meet, and it's only one that comes out on top. But that is going to be an interesting sort of theme to watch for, right? Will that team continue to struggle with Surge throughout the games? If a top team struggles for Surge in one game, you can forgive that, right? Things happen. But game to game, they ain't able to adjust. Ooh, yeah, things can get tough. You can see the tree being knocked down. Such an interesting mechanic that sort of almost goes unspoken about, but it is huge, right? Being able to knock a tree down, and you can see the effect now. Lotus isn't going to be able to pick SD up, and he's now going to have to fend for himself. The combat SMG is providing endless amounts of pressure. He tries to get up and over, but with such low HP, things are going to be so difficult. Hits a nice shot. I believe that's the crack as well. And so he's evened things up a tad bit. But can he do the finishing blow before a teammate comes to help? It doesn't seem like it. You can hear them scurrying around all over him, but you can't actually find the shot. And he's actually getting shot from a team in the distance as well. this is not looking great for Lolus whatsoever.
Completely out of heals too, so he can't really come back by any means, but these siphons right now, he's just all into this fight. But the more time is bought, the bigger the health bars get below him. This man is trapped in a reverse dungeon. This is just so tough for him. There's no way out. Oh man, on the left side as well, you can see Blue and Nanoe. I mean, they're doing the opposite of fighting, trying to heal out Surge. I mean, I saw our entire shield kit get used. Blue still has so many heals available. That must be some of the things that Nano might have had in his inventory as well. But they're getting focused now, a little bit above as a few teams go down.
Obviously, only one player needing to go down before Surge will stop ticking for the meantime, and so he'll hope he can just weigh it out. Obviously, 163 above now works in his favor. And now that we've hit 70, Surge will be switched off. For now, at least. Where a couple zones going to be back, but this is not good whatsoever. Pink, and then that's in a bit of trouble, and that's actually being taken out, and there ain't going to be many places to get a reboot off.
How is this even possible? 2 pads rolling in with this type of inventory. Was it Surge that kind of put them into this position? I'm not even sure. They had a few tags and had control of Cavern as well as a vehicle, so I feel like, first of all, I'm worried. Second of all, this I feel like is how every single FNCS starts for this duo. It's usually Pink is the one that's going down somewhere near this time or in the next zone, and then Anas clutching up. But with 2 pads, those heals, I feel like he can still clutch maybe even a top 10.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough, but of course, like you said, the 2 pads will be huge in terms of being able to get him zone to zone. His loot was brilliant. Like, obviously, if he had a teammate, we'd be talking about them in the context of, you know, they're going to go on to have a really strong game. That's really unfortunate, I guess, but we'll see how Pink fares. Tayson, on the other hand, another team from Command. He has 2 launch pads as well, and that's going to be phenomenal. I wonder if Chapix has some himself. Yep, he does, has the 1 as well. 3 launch pads in the hands of this team. I don't want to jinx anything, but that's almost unfair, you know?
Yeah. Who are they gonna
just
be up
allows
against?
them to save so many mats, right, in these moving zones, right? A lot of teams, right, if they don't have any sort of mobility item like a pad or a vehicle, they're gonna have to just burn through materials to keep themselves protected and safe. These guys can just sort of glide their way into the next zone almost free of charge at times.
Over and over again, and then have those mats when they're most important. That being said, though, the zone's not really switching over to one complete side. It's kind of squishing all the way in the middle. Everyone's going to be forced to just move in. Pad or no pad, the pressure's kind of on for every single team. Hopefully they have their damage dealt as well, because it might be a bit too late to go for forced fights at this moment. Pink is still up top, acting like he owns the lobby. I mean, Tayson's right beside him somewhere. I think I just saw his name maybe a layer below. Still confident with a teammate down.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be key to sort of how he has to play the rest of this game out. You can't make yourself look vulnerable. You can't make yourself look weak. A scuff solo is the dream of many of these teams, right? That will be what they want. And so he has to move forward as strong as he possibly can be. That 1 shot, not huge, but it will at least tick him over in terms of Surge, keeping 161 above in his pursuit of getting into zone.
He's sneaking around a little bit. 303 should be good in terms of damage. And yeah, one thing we didn't really get to talk about yet is the new mechanics in terms of movement, mantling, sprinting. As a duo, sometimes it's tough to keep those stamina bars in check, the movement in check overall. When you're solo and you have these tools available to you in terms of just being that more agile when you're on the ground, you can do great things and really are able to hide away from pressure so much more so. You don't really need to focus on that teammate. That being said, half the mats available, half the pressure available. There are obviously some really big downsides, but Pink still has a chance right here. Chapix and Tayson up top getting forced off their base. There's going to be a push here, double armored wall to make sure there is no funny business. They're taking no risk, especially with 3 pads in tow. Tayson should be the power man to watch right now. He's going to be the one dictating who moves where with this team.
Yeah, you can see how awkward things got for them, right? Where Chapix overpeaks a bit, takes some damage, and so now they're on the back foot, but they'll be all right. I don't know about this duo, though. Oh dear, Hype now doesn't have a teammate, and he doesn't have any HP left. Right back to the lobby in just a matter of a flash.
Was that a base or a blender? I'm not sure, because those HP bars, they went down so fast, and they're still falling.
Yeah, man, a bit of the chunks left over, just dripping through. That is real tough. Swaps and Edison, though, they will not complain. They needed that damage, and they needed the loot as well. Cap, they've got a pad, and they're sitting in zone as well. This is setting up to be a real nice first game for these guys.
Swaps and Edison, let's see what they can do. ADN hard find, although winning the fight off of Spawn. Below on damage for Surge. As a result, that lightning strikes them down. Sue goes down to Mappy, unfortunately, as well. Hard find going for the last few shots, but doesn't really land. These guys are now in the air. Can't really heal off the damage that will strike, so they have to land quick, hit some good shots, and hopefully stay alive. 4 more people need to go down. ADN, though, lands into disaster. It's just hard find with a 360 beam, but he gets deleted too.
Yeah, that was real tough. Wasn't able to stay behind ADN quick enough to back him up in the box, and they both fall because of it. Hen now, holding players in. They do this incredibly well, always set up in great positions to take out players who are wandering in the back of the zone, trying to get to safety. And that's going to be a continued theme in the rest of this lobby. You can see everything shaping up now. Everybody finally starting to get into that position, but this is where things really get hectic, Shayo, as the moving zones are upon us.
Yeah, right now, exactly where Hen and Queasy are. Above them is Hasten and Chapix. Beside them, Floki and Clement. 3 teams we're expecting to do so well, all in one of the best spots for this zone. They pull it as well, so they have advantage for now. Versace and Malabuka also here, a strong duo who the further they get, the stronger they are. They'll see what they can do. X-Sweet's picking up Andy in the feed. Everyone quiets down. Only one. First they are kind of reeling a few shots in sight. Everyone's getting ready for that move. It's going to be tough here, 11 in this first game.
Yeah, but I don't know how tough it'll be for these guys, right? You saw there, Max and Materials, they've got a pad as well. I'm sure they'll look to scout high ground, see if that's an option for them. But they've got to be careful because there's a bunch of other teams in the lobby that will want to do so. Floki and Clemento, oh my goodness, Ale the Blue, they're picking up another elimination. First of the game. And Loki was so unsuspecting, just got completely caught out from behind. And that's going to be huge for these guys moving forward. That refresh is nice.
Big arc up top, everyone basically using the same launch pad to get to where they need to go. Fury landing first, and up in the sky we see Vanya still waiting to see what he can do. Chapix re-hits it with Tayson. They'll dictate exactly how height looks, it feels like, all the way up top here, but they see a few people already building up super fast. They're gonna keep it low-key for now and maybe take height later.
Yeah, you see they have their eyes on it, the double dip. He wanted to be the highest in the sky, make sure he could scout it well and see what their options were. They chose to leave it in the meantime, and we'll see how that pays off for them. Pink is still in this one in the bottom right of your screen, and you'll see how he can do. He's gonna be running low on mats eventually, but a refresh in the back of the zone will be the way to solve that, and you can see him attacking the wall. Those guys caught with their pants down, they don't even know where they're getting shot from.
This is crazy. Think about it. Sometimes this man has a teammate, and he can do even more. Right now, he's doing more than half the teams we've seen already as a solo player on second high ground. No one's even focusing him just yet, and he's ahead of Surge. It's Jerky and iDrop that have control for now. Every time I see Jerky on high ground 11, he does not lose it easy.
Yeah, these guys got to be careful though. They need to reinforce height. You can see already Jerky getting chopped down to just wood, and it's going to be really hard to hold this when you have the likes of Tayson and Chapix looking up for it. They would have spotted that wood. They would have known what these guys on height doing. We're taking it for ourselves. You can see the build fight calling out. The code from Jerky isn't going to come through, and so he's forced to knock it down. But as he does that, he forces a fight, and he ain't winning a fight against these guys. Tayson and Chapix, they're up there on height, and they're up there for the win. You can see they've got it now. Dry drop. The big drop will be forced all the way down, and Tayson and Chapix, they hold height in game 1, but for how long you can see they themselves are down to wood, and that could be a problem as they move forward.
Big cost to get it. Pink still alive though, somehow still surviving. 300 mats for Wood still left. Now he's finally getting focused. Tayson desperate for a pickup for anything at all. Down low, there's even more pressure. Pink now sandwiched from all sides. Has to give it all up down to low ground where it's catacombs. It's a graveyard. There's no one here. It's empty, and he finds some reprieve. One player slides in, but Pink sees it coming. Denied.
Going up against Jackson, Jackson will be taken out, and so Pink will be able to stay on low for just that bit longer, but he wants to fight with Edison. He needs to be careful. He wanted to try and get that loot, and he will do it, but it's not going to be enough, right? The flopper will keep in the game for just a bit longer. The chug splashes as well. One build comes out. Can he sort of dance his way around? It's going to be so difficult. Will eventually fall, but a brilliant fight nonetheless, a valiant effort. But you can see Malabuka Mustache, they want it all. They're clearing out their layer. They will not give anybody space to breathe. You can see as well, the floppers will be huge if it comes to heal off. They're setting up real for the game.
Unbreakable wall down low made of wood and a strong duo. Meanwhile, Chapek's up top is trying anything to have a say in elimination. Another one for Mustache and Malabuka. They're up to 7, trying to wrap this one all out. Now the Siphon Mats come in, but pressure is still raining up from above. Armored wall to maybe just silence them for just a second. Look at the distance between both teams right now. It's 1st versus 4th overall, and one more player down below. Shizo and Krusty, 2 separate, no duos to be able to help them out in this circumstance. Med miss actually for Krusty to be able to mantle around and get straight up into the zone. Big shot over, and Shizo goes down afterwards though. Mustache and Malabuka, they have the sonar on, they hear everything, they pick him apart, and now things are getting dark. This is where they were born and molded. One player down, Mustache is just popping off for the moment. 6 for him, but there's a trade. Now a 1v1. Malabuka, floppers, and chuck splashes in play. The zone's not fully closed yet. He's gonna be able to heal for just a second, but look at Tayson's HP pool. He might just be able to do this. Grabs height to start off this game. Afterwards has time to work with to maybe even make this 1v1 something special for us to witness. Final jump down. Malabuka might be running out of mats here just on the backside, but he gets 150 pot off. He's looking good for now. It's going to be an even clash on both sides. First build block. Now Tayson's going up from the right. He doesn't know exactly where Malabuka is. Look up, my friend. He's got the high ground. Malabuka has a harpoon option as well. 170 mats, no, almost 200 to use, and Tayson's forced to the ground. Has nothing for protection. He has to go for the spray. Malabuka low on HP as well. This 1v1 could dictate how the day goes in completely. Tayson looking with the shot. He gets rattled up a little bit. He still has the HP advantage. Malabuka looking for it. Tayson almost finds a shot down. One more shot. It's coming down. Tayson with a big one. Going off to the right, but it's Malabuka, who's just too good and can't be stopped with the first victory royale.
A close 1v1 in our first game between 2 exciting teams who will continue to battle it out on the leaderboards all day long. Malabuka and Mustache was set up so well. They cleared out everybody on the mid and low ground layers, and then they went up in the final moments as well. Some key shots, look at that, down to just a lick of HP. He couldn't even afford to take just a tiny bit, but the stone cold ice in his veins to hit the final shot. Malabuka and Mustache win game 1, and in emphatic fashion, Shayo.
That's a Mali shot. I'm calling it that right now because it was a millisecond more. He's out, and the angle was just way too good. I mean, that is how we start off the FNCS in EU. I want to see the analyst desk reactions because that was just insane.
Yo, what? This is what I live for, man. It's Fortnite moments like this when it comes down to the 1v1. And for a moment, Reese, I thought it was actually going to go Tayson's way, right? He gets the trade over. He has 200 HP, but no materials, man. Oh!
I mean, that's interesting to me because it's like 2 of the best solo players on the region going head-to-head 1v1 at the end. Obviously, they had their teammates before that, but it all came down to that final shot. Who is it gonna be? And this is just a clip from a little bit early on from the absolute decimation. Like, Malabuka and Mustache, one of the best things about them is they're just so good at fragging out an endgame, right? It's like, if you get them next to each other, they just run at you. Look at this. Like, how are you meant to stop against that? 2 of the best aimers in the region charging you with SMGs.
Yeah, unrelenting aggression is probably just the name of the game for Malabuka and Mustache, right? Those double SMGs, those pre-edits coming out, we've seen them do that even from high ground as well. And here's a little replay of the Tayson Malabuka 1v1. It gave me a little bit of flashbacks from solo All-Stars. You know, I thought Tayson was going to get there. But, you know, Malabuka, a little bit shaky there in the high ground. Maybe those first game nerves coming out. It was a little bit too close, honestly, for my heart to handle. But, wow, that makes it very exciting for game number 1.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I was trying to remember which tournament it was. I was like, oh, Tayson clutches this, no problem at all.
Yep.
Look, Malabuka, yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves to get him a little bit shaky, but at the end of the day, like, he's one of the best players on the region for the last 2 seasons, and now, finally, it seems to be able to be shown in an FNCS.
Yeah. Dude, so sick. I can't believe. And just think, again, we have 5 more games out ahead of us. This has very much set the tone of the 5 games that remain, right? And honestly, I feel like in a lot of ways, Reese, this may have set the tone for inspired. Remember, this is just game 1. Don't get too crazy, all right? Just look at the points. Just think, okay, we have 5 more games. Things will continue to develop. Right now, though, with that victory royale and 9 eliminations, Reese, Mustache, Malabuka, they're sitting comfortably at the top.
I mean, here's the thing, like, 9 elims for them is huge, but, like, that's not their cap by any means. Like, they're a team who can get 10, 12, 15 in a game. Maybe not today, but I hope so. I hope we'll see it. But, like, that's off to a great start. It's only game number 1. Some of the other teams, obviously, we see Flois and Mappy down in 5th. We didn't get to see too much of, but have done really well throughout some of the earlier rounds. And in 7th, a team that definitely want to point out, Vico and Yikes, or Jackson as well, a player who did super good in that early game. Remember, they were going into Tilted Towers, one of the POIs we highlighted earlier. Wiped both the teams out from there.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Pink there for making it from all the way from first moving all the way to zone number 8 in that game. You know, clutching up those placement points for himself and Anas over there. Other players in this leaderboard, of course, Kefi and Melody. The only Polish team I think we've seen landing a Kami split. No Kami and Seti this week, unfortunately for them. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of these teams being a lot more consistent, but with 5 more games to go, you just never know what the leaderboard's going to look like.
Yep, and again, it's just the first game, right? Like, okay, everybody take that deep breath. Just work those jitters out. It's okay. We have 5 more to kind of come back through and look to try to say, like, all right, whatever happened in game number 1, that's just my warm-up game. Okay, everything's fine. Guys, what are we hoping to see starting in game number 2? Was there anything you guys felt like in game number 1 was maybe like a little lacking?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Tilted Towers always has action. It's not about lacking, but it's just a place that I want to revisit again. It always has tons of action going on. You know, we saw the 50-50 right off the spawn here when it came up into the blimp. And right now, it didn't go Mr. Savage's way alongside Benji Fishy, right? Vico, I kind of highlighted them earlier, had them on the drop. You can see exactly where it went wrong here for Mr. Savage. Of course, Benji Fishy left then as the 1v2 situation. And with barely any materials left, he's just trying to do what he can here. This is what I want to see how it plays out again in game number 2, because DKS and Bad Sniper land to the south, down in obviously tilted down below, and this is going to be 50-50 we're going to see overall. You know, it seems like, you know, only game number 1, but Vico and Jackson are doing significantly better, but can they keep that train up, or can Benji and Savage turn it around?
Yeah, that's about our preparation, right? Vico and Jackson, I know them. They're absolute grinders of practice. Every single day I see them in the Discord grinding out tournaments and practice. They have a coach as well. So if it comes down to a 50-50, it's all about preparation, and it's a little bit worried for Benji and Savage then.
Yeah, and I just gotta say that landing from Mr. Savage, just hitting that right angle to just land right into the blimp, that's so sick, dude. I gotta try that. I'm not gonna achieve that, but it's something worth it. I'll miss every time.
We know what's gonna
I miss
happen
100% of the shots that I take, I'll tell you what. Guys, we are enjoying all of the action here so far. I'm sure Levin, and of course Shywager, they've got more to say. They want to get us all warmed up as we prepare for game number 2 here from qualifier number 1. So let's kick it on over to them to take us in this battle bus.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. Zeke, doesn't matter how you land in blimps, you land in my heart the right way every time. And these plays, Levin, are etched into my mind. They're perma-landing. I mean, this game, this guy's just insane.
Yeah, so much happened in that game. We already saw one of our first intense battles for height that we're going to see. Of course, we know how many dominant high ground teams are in that. I drop, of course, wanted to get it. Jerky as well with him was trying, but they couldn't handle Tayson and Chapix in that moment. Too low on mats. I can't wait to see the rest of these end games. But even then, some of the off-spawn battles we have, right? Can Greasy Grove go the other way? What's going to happen at Tilted again? There's just so much happening right now, Shio. To be excited about.
Cavern, there's so much to explore, no pun intended. It always is. And so is game number 2. We're getting right into it.
Let's go. We got game 2 on our hands. Game 1 did not disappoint one bit. And as we head into some of these off-spawn battles, Shio, any sort of early predictions, right? Who do you think's taking it home at Tilted this game?
For Tilted, I still feel like Vico has the bag locked down, especially if their drops are just that good on game number 1, if the jitters aren't even there to begin with. Looks like Savage is slightly lower on this time as well. Doesn't even make it all the way. No, he's going for the bottom side. It's going to be him with the burst AR. Vico going straight all the way down. And Savage actually doesn't even grab the rope, but no, he does for a second. It's going back and forth. How does he not find Vico already? Too much of a distraction. DKS gets him down, Levin. It doesn't matter who wins, because whatever team does nothing, it feels like they're the ones who get the reward.
What just happened on our screens, bro? Oh my goodness. That is literally how all my arena games go, by the way. I just land, I get out dropped, I lose the weapon, I jump off the blimp, the guy chases me down, and I get knocked. Oh boy, Benji has a tough task on his hand, but nothing he's not dealt with before. Jackson, you can say very much the same for him as well. Vico is obviously knocked and laying waste below. And DK and Bad Sniper are both just licking their lips right there. They'll be very chuffed about that.
Benji getting third-partied by AI as well. And he's going to be very low, losing all his shield, man. What's going on?
That is tough. That is very, very tough. You can see now as well, Jackson trying to take the fight to Benji, and he wins it for the revive as well. Wow. Benji and Fishy wiped to spawn again.
That's tough. And like for me, honestly, it's not even what Benji and Jackson were going to do in that instance. For me, it's DKS and Bad Sniper. Knowing that you have 2 players, solos right now, choosing to play it safe and maybe just go for loot, I think might be a bit too safe of an option. Right now, Malibu and Mustache hot off the press off that first VR. They're up against Pink and Anas, who have a lot more control on their side of the bump here in Command Cavern. Mustache already down. Once again, this is a scaling team, in my opinion, in terms of their strength in the game. In the early game, I feel like where you can stop them super fast, and right now you can see that Mustache already down.
Yeah, this is huge, right? This is a team that literally just won that first game, and we knew this fight could happen over here at Command Cavern. We've seen it happen in Cash Cups in the previous weeks leading up to FNCS. But Malabuka all on his own right now in this moment. The nature of Command Cavern, if you've not really seen things play out here, is such that he can get away, right? Come back a bit later. He's not going to actually be able to open the entrance. Just, you right there, son? You right, mate? Is he just trying to bait the sound for them to come?
He's definitely baiting it.
Sound.
It's just funny seeing the search thing go off again.
Oh, goodness, yeah. That is, that's great. They're not going to take the bait, right? But look, he'll be able to get Mustache up at some point. But that is really huge in terms of them just being able to get that elimination early on. And of course, the points and the surge that comes with that is huge as well.
I mean, just look at how fast Mustache and Malabuka as well got to play that first game. They were out of Command Cavern. They were on their loot path so quickly. Pink and Anas kind of had their own stuff to deal with a different duo that was landing there. I just feel like if they don't get to have the first steps taken in their game to start off with go perfect, that's where we just don't see Mustache and Malabuka ever just show up. I think that's what was happening previous seasons ago in Stingy Stacks. That's just what's been happening for them majority of the time. If they don't have that fast win, or if things just aren't even, they disappear for the game.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those games where they'll have to sort of overcome that, right, with the early setback, trying to get themselves loads out back. The bid, it sounds like I'm trying to make this way too positive, right? But in terms of just like being in this area of the map, you saw the vault that Tayson and Chapik just opened. There was like 4 teams worth of loot that they just didn't collect, right? And so if you're Malabuka Mustache, you know that at any point you can just head back into Command and sort of loot up, get any spare loot from the vault and in the surrounding areas. You can get your metal up as well in this area, and there's some god brick in the area as well that you can get. So overall, right, you know, it's not doom and gloom for them at this stage, right? But like you said, sort of the mental implications of that for them are going to be massive.
Okay, let's see if the physical implications can be surpassed first.
Oh, yeah, look.
I think that was like 90 seconds of you breaking down something perfect for Tayson to just be like, Levin, man, you talk too much.
Look, he got way too big for his boots, right? He went in there, and Tayson and Chapik were like, hold on a minute, big man.
We're not done yet, man.
Do you know where you are? Like, we don't mind you coming back when we're gone and we're finished, but you can't roll in here trying to sneak some loot. Who do you think you are, big man? Look, Tayson and Chapik, really nice for them. They'll be chuffed with that elimination. And
sorry.
What's going on here?
All right, so Vontrex and Jason, I would say the elephant in the pond or in the lake, the flopper in the room.
Okay.
These guys rolled in 0 eliminations, round number 3. Heal strat, majority.
Are you sure this ain't an arena game, bro? Did they just cut us off?
I'm not even sure, but they've got strats locked down. We'll tune in with them. That's just like just in case we're watching and we see 2 teams left and there's only one in the zone. You know where the other one is healing off, so.
Yeah, well, good luck to those guys. You know, I'm sure everybody in the lobby will be happy about them. With all this fish and Queasy's doing, you might be thinking he's about to go join them. 4 floppers, gonna be super nice. One thing that's really key this season, right? You'll see all these top teams always wanting to make sure that they can have some sort of, white HP in terms of floppers, chug splashes being the most popular one, right? Because the ability to sort of dip back into zone and storm plays in endgame is so vital, right? And so a lot of these top teams will always make sure they have some form of flopper or chug splash. It's so huge. And that's why Chapix right now will be looking to try get 2 more chug splashes and cap up on 6.
I mean, talk about the effect of even 3 chug splashes and 1 flopper. Pink. The difference between 12th and 8th place overall was him finding just that, right? A little bit of loot, 1 or 2 chug splashes. So definitely prowling that in your inventory, looking for it in the end game as well. It's huge.
I got some sneaky info, right? You know, and Nas was only not in that game due to some technical errors, right? And so hopefully this time round, they'll actually be able to play together as a duo. Because when they are up together, they are forced to be reckoned with. It'll be interesting to see how they play into the height dynamic. Of course, we know they're a high ground team, but there have been times when, you know, we've seen them in bigger games and bigger lobbies try to go for high ground against some of the other big dogs, and it just maybe doesn't quite work out how they would like it to hope. And so maybe, you know, they sort of cower away in that sense.
Yeah, I think like for Anas specifically, especially the trios he's been on in the past as well, I think he's been the one to give things up and play that clutch mode first, or the defensive side of when a take happens. So actually, that's one of the reasons I wanted to go with them today, is just I feel like if things do go crazy on height with Hunt and Queasy in the business, with what we just saw with Tayson and Chapix, they would be the ones not to hold on.
Yeah, and Anas is one of those players, right, who, when we got to see him play in person at Media Day, he is the most chilled out guy. Like, if you saw this guy playing the Cash Cup, you'd have no idea. You'd think he's just chilling, right? Like, this guy was just, he plays like leaned back in his chair for one. So, like, he just looks ultra casual. And then, you know, if you watch differences last season, I call this guy a robot because he just doesn't really make mistakes. He's almost, like, he's almost as close to perfect as you can be a lot of the time, right? And so, very much one of the top players in the region, regardless of what people tell you. He is in that upper echelon, the tier 1, as they say sometimes.
With an S+ if you're Boop.
S+ as well, if you want to name it differently.
Yeah. We'll look at Grells and Shiza were just on screen a moment ago. I mean, the solo performances we've seen so far, just in terms of clutches in game 1, definitely up there, but now it's about staying consistent. I think that's the toughest part about things, is having a even better or equal game 2.
You can see it with Vadian and Hardfine, right? They don't actually have any elimination, so I wonder what happened off spawn at Greasy, if they even went there. Of course, there's always a possibility that they decided they didn't want to take that fight, or maybe they disengaged. We'll sort of try and get some update on that and see where Janice and Vortex are. They are definitely another top team to watch out for.
Siren Asvi. And if I for the moment with the third party also flying in across the lake, this is about to get really hairy. I don't even think they see it coming. Siren head off on the backside. Teammate there to help down and go for a floor chop. They're gonna maybe land a little bit of damage here. Yup, inside the box. That's one big healing, but now comes the pressure from the other side. Gripey might be down, but they have an entire new beast to fight.
Yeah, Artskill and T-Chips. Definitely not a team you want to be dealing with at this stage. They've moved over this season, right? Not sort of landing in the Northwest like they were last season. They haven't quite been the same sort of beast that they were last season in these lobbies, but still a very similar animal. And we'll see if that can be unleashed in this lobby today.
Just got to break more records. And when it comes to their records so far, it's been 50-50 off spawn on that Northwest side. That's what you're talking about. Right now, uncontested for the day. This is one of the teams I feel like that have that prowess, the talent, the potential to be one of those top teams if they get a history, a little bit, a legacy built up. But I think this might be one of their first qual rounds where they have a chance to actually, you know, have a footprint in the lobby and not have their shoes stomped out right off spawn.
Yeah, we're actually gonna get a peek into one of the many sort of Storm Surge battles we'll see in the mid-game. A box fight between Alien and Hardfine, Bad Sniper and DKS.
Why does this team choose to play FNCS on Insanity difficulty? DKS and Bad Sniper. I'm so confused. Like, Lazy Lake just you know, going for some of the...
You're throwing it back.
I'm throwing it way back, man. It started there, like, going for some of the hardest off-spawn contestants, never switching, right? And just roughing through it. Now just, you know, perma contested at Tilted against Benji Savage every single season. And then every time we see them dealing with their Surge 11, it's a difficult box fight against, like, you know, the most cracked 13-year-old player you can find that's landing pixel shots. Like, why?
Some people like the rush.
They go well with it too. That's the most surprising part. Like, they survive. They're sometimes top 5. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, man. Some people like the thrills. You know what I mean? So can't knock it till you try it yourself.
True.
Queasy and Hen, 449 above, playing edge. Nothing unfamiliar, right, in terms of how they like to play their Surge. They like to sort of, especially with now not having vehicles, they like to sort of out around the outskirts, sneak up on teams. That's one of their sort of staples, right? They like to just sneak around and see if they can get a little beam on the team. And it often works quite well.
I feel like Vortex and Genis end up doing that a lot too, but now you're wondering what was happening off of Swan and Greasy. They were taken down in 48, right? So that's definitely off Spawn with how aggressive EU is today. And then AD and Hardfind not having eliminations. Was it Vortex and Genis that might have switched? And then it go wrong.
Possibly, right? There were people talking about whether they would disengage if they lose off Spawn, and so that is always a possibility, right? Players aren't bound to the POI say like that, they can switch things up. This is one of the awkward parts, right? You see Queasy and Hen, they're trying to run towards zone, but you see there's players around them, right? And these are the things that are just so awkward.
Meanwhile,
right? Without that. Meanwhile, Travis, he's chilling, 490 above. He's comfy, ain't no problems.
Difference in power in the lobby too. I mean, no car. That's what you and Reese were talking about specifically, right? Like no car on Queasy and Hen, and they end up having so much more of a struggle getting towards these outside zones.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man. It is one of those things where it will take time for people to adjust. I think in these lobbies with these players, you'd expect adjustments to happen a bit sooner, right? If you're playing a solo cash cup anytime soon, it might take a bit longer for players to adjust. Players forget, oh wow, I actually have to rotate. Maybe I shouldn't just fight everyone I see, you know? in these lobbies, it won't be as bad, I'll tell you that.
All right, let's see exactly what the difference is between Hen and Queasy and the rest of leaders of the lobby.
It's another tough rotate for them. Look at how far they have to get to zone. It's actually really rough. Like, you can see they're watching their backs as well. They know there's players around. This is so difficult. Hey, chat, look, spam this cheesy to help Queasy. Am I right, Chai? Am I right? Am I right?
I don't know. Spam something. I mean, drop a... I don't know what they need. I'm at a loss for words. I wish that airdrops came with vehicles or something to help these guys out. Like, can chat manifest wheels and axles, gasoline and metal to I don't know what composition cars are made out of, but
chat can do anything.
True.
No doubt, chat can do anything.
Sometimes they do too much.
Yeah, that is true.
But it's nice that they can actually have the ability now, you know what I mean? It's a...
Yeah, well, actually, right, the actual secret story, right, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but the secret story behind that is that, like, Zeke just accidentally turned it on and, like, he forgot. Nobody noticed. Yeah, so...
Classic Zeke, bro.
We actually have to keep it low-key, otherwise someone might notice and fix it, so...
Don't worry, every time you talk about it, I have a mute button on his headset, so he's not going to hear you. Yeah.
Perfect. We like chat. Hopefully chat likes us, hopefully. Would have bet on it.
El commentator.
Oh, goodness.
All right, Zandy and Joe, all right? You have to play the positive for this team, because for me, when I look at them, I see great potential, but a lot of the time, them stumbling, falling. Why does that happen? Is there potential actually there? Is my hater mindset correct? I would say no, but why?
I think your hater mindset is not correct. I actually think they are sort of like a dark horse team to quote today. Of course, I know they have problems off spawn in terms of being contested or whatnot, but like I actually really like them as a duo. Great fundamentals. I think, especially when it comes to firepower endgame, they definitely have the ability to go out there, get a bunch of refreshes if needed. So we'll see how they fare in these games. Yeah, I would not be surprised by them calling whatsoever.
It's top 5 though. It's going to be so tough just looking at some of these teams. Who possessed in there too? Fury, Bubak. On the left side, definite potential. And we always know there's 2 upsets. There's always those 5 teams that are the greats that everyone expects to roll in. But yes, these dark horses, the underdogs, they do end up coming in. I'm wondering, like, if Hen and Queasy have auto regen mats on. I have no idea how they still have any materials after all these long rotates and defensive positions and pressure relieving moments. They still have time to make a metal base. Like, where did we change them to have more mats in total 11? Like, are we helping? Is the chat actually doing something?
That's the supreme, you know, the map awareness, right? You know, Queasy knows that one like little thing sticking out the ground that he can hit for like 1,000 brick, you know. So, like,
yeah.
they get the mats up. They get the mats up all nice. You can see he is down a bit, right? They have had to burn some, and I'm sure they'll look to try and get that back. You can see they've knocked down that structure there. Nobody was in it though. Well, things aren't looking too bad for them, I'd say, in this moment. They'll have an easy sort of way to get to the next zone. Oh.
Okay.
So these guys.
It's just this. I've actually never like seen this in action. You know what I mean? Like I've seen it happen and like cast it over there, especially in zero build. I think it's a big strat, but they've made a whole base. This like saved the world.
So for context, right, for people who maybe are a bit confused, these guys are gonna just out heal the zone. Shayo, they actually have like a mad heal strat where like they can like heal off for like almost 30 minutes on a good day, or like on a good game if they get lucky and whatnot.
Against Surge?
Against Surge, they're vibing, they're fine most of the time. They've been practicing. I'll give them credit. You know, I'll give them credit. They've been practicing a bunch. Like they will grind this out for hours and hours every single day. They actually play in pro scrims and practice this in the pro games as well. So like they have been practicing and they've got to a round 4 of an FNCS qualifier with it. We'll see whether they can actually, you know, get a win or anything. I highly doubt that, but never say never. It is Fortnite at the end of the day.
We shall have to see a cross-map heal-off potentially in one of these games. I'm thinking about all the eliminations I've been watching so far, Levin, in these zones. And my mind blanks because there've barely been any. I feel like this Surge is about to go crazy. 64 players. Some teams 700 damage above, others 100 below. Lowless once again caught off on the backside. And in 13 seconds, it's going to be disaster for him as that Surge Lightning Wolf Strike already caught off on the backside of the zone. He's down, SC's gone as well. They've already been removed, eliminated. So many bases here in this barren desert. There's nowhere to hide once you start getting focused down. Your mats will bleed. And right now, it's Pink and the Nos that are hitting all the cuts on these bases.
Yeah, and you can see here, for Xerox and Theko, they're down on Surge, and so they need to hit something in soon. They've got a pad, which will be nice once moving zone start, but you know, they've got to get there. 10 players still need to go down before the threshold will stop, and they're getting pre-edited on. Oh, that is rough. That is so rough. Ryzen and Painter.
No!
Oh, Ryzen wasn't even able to get out of it alive. Painter now as a solo, but they pre-edited on those guys and absolutely cleaned them out. Tasteful's actually the one now to pick up Painter as well, so he doesn't even stay in the game. And they went for a power play that they thought was going perfectly. And just like that, they get taken out. Tough times. Sops and Edison waiting out to see if they can hit some shots. This is really rough. Come on, guys.
No way. That was so crucial for them. 100 damage below. Unfortunately, big misses. And now you'll see the cost of it.
They need to jump back into creative, maybe hit some of the aim training maps in there. I know a couple codes, lads. I can sort you out. The pad will come through. Only a tiny bit now below, but gliding through, they got to be careful. Oh, boy. Very lucky nobody had their eyes set on them. But now people do, even though they've landed. And that's actually going to be Hen running past. Swaps, there's just not much he can do in this moment. Ode needs to go down. He's so low, his teammates now done. They are above, but this is just going to be such a mountain to climb, Shire.
Yeah, I mean, look at what's left. You might have max mats, but utility-wise, just that harpoon, I mean, it's the best option. Maybe if Riftigals were allowed right now, that could be nicer, but what's happening here? Same situation as Swaps. Hen and Queasy. There definitely is a cost to moving towards the opposite side of the map from the POI you drop at. He's going to be a solo, and so is Pink once again. Nos is down in this zone, the 5th to 6th moving. I mean, I just don't even understand. In this section, that's where Pink and Nos are the strongest, but Pink has to be able to, just like Hen, solo this one again.
And you can see Hen, he's looking up at height. I'm sure, you know, he's upset. He would have wished he could actually do something about it there. But you can see a max zone. He's going to have to try and recycle this pad at some point. He's got 4 floppers, which will allow him to stay in the zone a bit, wait for those players to use it as he goes for himself. But this is really tough. The pad is an absolute lifesaver.
Does he have time?
But even then, he'll get in, but even then, he's such low HP. He needs to get landed. And the floppers are huge. Wow, Longshot, you can't just hold it as a solo here. He's going to have to try and make a play at some point. And even then, it's not enough. He goes down, and Pink as well. Another game, another solo clutch for the young one. 23rd at the moment. Or 23 teams in the game at the moment. He was able to get 8th last time. Will he be able to match that or even do a bit better? And Nas will certainly hope so.
Allenamentoe is all about making sure that whenever you knock on a box, you're not going to be doing it on the front side of it. Big shot and goes to the piece. Unfortunately needed the spray. Pink is down and out of the way at 22nd.
Yeah, and Bad Snap and DKS now have made a play for height. They're sitting up above. Tayson and Chapek's a team that went for it last game. They do still have a pad, and so maybe that'll be an option. I'm sure they'll look to scout it once they use it. But Zone is pulling up towards that northeast, and so they've got to make their move in quickly. You can see Tayson looking for an opportunity to place that pad, and he sees height. And he's scouting it, he's looking at it, he knows he can block it down. It's only on one wall. What are they doing? Why did they only use one wall to hold up height? They've knocked it down. Can he take it or can he claim it? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't able to hit any big shots. And so now it's just going to be about being on the move, trying to stay ahead of the zone, getting to that front side, building up. And now they realize that their height is truly theirs. Another game where Tayson and Chapek have just been almost seemingly allowed to have height for not much whatsoever. And you can see I dropped in the back of the zone. He's on such low HP. It doesn't really feel like he's going to have a say on whether or not they keep it. But DKS and Bad Snapper, who were on it, I don't know how they weren't able to reinforce it better, but at least they're still in the game. At least they still have a fighting chance, and that's what they have to do here now that they've dropped down to the mid-ground layers.
They're trying to on the other side. There's Axe Force, who was going for the height for a second when the zones first started moving. So these are all the residual duos who failed to achieve the trophy of the maximum spot up top that Chapek and Tayson have right now. Podesai and Snazy went down early in that first game. Finally thriving now. Podesai getting a few eliminations, way more than a few. 6 for the big man, and a big shot too, denied with a window. That was clean from him. 7 rolling, 9 for the team, 3 for Tayson, and Chapek's up top. They're ready to make it all the way to that last spot and get this VR.
Yeah, and Zone pulling towards the north, back over towards Rocky. Means all these teams are going to have to keep on burning through the materials. It'll give Tayson and Chapek a chance to get some eliminations. Podesai, who barely snuck in, I believe they qualified through to this in 50. If they will go down, not much they can do. You can see he was running on bare bones, and Kiro in the back of the zone with a med mist that's slowly running out. Eventually he's going to have to force his way in and hit a big shot as well to match it.
He's going to be right in the sight lines of that high ground team. A long, winding road with no cover down below. As soon as you touch dirt, that's where the pressure starts to ramp up. Meanwhile, the sunny heat from up top, the beams are just going down over and over again. Chapek and Tayson are not stopping any of the pressure. As a result, everyone down low, no materials at all. Satan Dark is looking for their shot to have a little bit of low ground control, but they're not finding much at all.
But you can see how long it took all these teams to get any form of control, right? All these teams left on low ground, they are just in such difficult positions. I'm sure Tayson and Chapek are laughing up above, right? They saw nobody even trying to build out to claim it. They know it's only a matter of time until their moment. They have to just stay connected. They can't afford to fumble it now. But if they can just stay up and really capitalize on just how weak the rest of these teams are, they really have a chance of getting their revenge, getting a victory royale. Satan, Darkies, they'll have to do their best to stop it. No materials here on Satan. The reinforced walls will come through, but at what point is that going to be enough? The zone's going to continue to pull, and you guys have to leave those boxes, and swiftly. If they just leave going into the open, Tayson and Chapek ain't going to miss these shots. You know they're going to hit them. Tayson does, but he gets knocked himself. Chapek's now in the zone. He gets some finishes, and that's going to be good in terms of the refreshes. But what do we have here? What do we have here? It's the Helos team. It's the Helos team against Chapek's. He still has a flopper left. Chapek's so in the zone, it doesn't seem like he's going to be in much trouble. But I believe both ships might have some more heals left. You can see him running towards a pile. It's not.
And he drops it all down. He understands there wasn't enough time. There was one team left. But Vontrix does exactly what he sought out to do. Got that second place. Meanwhile, Chapek's, I guess the zone is the name of the game. It melts the team that he was facing, and they get the victory royale.
I was so worried there for a second that Chapek's and Tayson would have been robbed of the victory royale. Right? Vontrix almost did everything he could in order to stay out. But at that point, you saw him chuck away the floppers. Chapek's would have known who he was up against, and he would have been swim sailing. Tayson and Chapek, after coming second in game 1, they pick up game 2. What a start. We talked about how they needed good momentum, Shayo, and there probably isn't a better start they could have asked for than this.
Yeah, you're talking about pick up game 2. I think they grabbed both game 1 and 2 by the throat and forcefully got their placement and eliminations, because those high ground retakes, Levin, are just insane.
Yeah, they are so aware. You can see Tayson had that eye. He saw, right? When he went for the high pad, he saw, hold on a minute, there's just one wall. What are these guys playing at? Knocked that wall down. DKS and Bad Sniper were forced down as well, and they just claimed it for themselves, right? If the lobby's going to keep giving them height so easily, they will keep taking it, and they will keep winning. I want to see what the desk have to say about that one. A very well executed win from those boys, but plenty more happened below them as well. Guys, what do you think?
Okay. I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
Reese and Boo. We'll pause on Tayson for right now. What's going on? What was that team? What was I watching? Talk to me.
Take it away, Boo.
Yeah, all right. So let me start off this way. I VOD reviewed this team. You know, Von Trex and Jason. They are basically just utilizing the game's mechanics of having all of these white heal items in the game and just making themselves a late game. So they land over towards the left side of Sleepy. They get the boat. They did the little dead side rotate all the way towards Sundown's favorite spot of the flopper places. Fish over there. They go to Camp Cuddle, pick up the med miss, buy it from there, go all the way to Command Cavern, get themselves low launcher set up so they can perfectly execute the movement, and then they use the med miss on the zip lines to move around the map, and then they go from campfire to campfire. It's a whole bunch of math. It's kind of ridiculous, but honestly, I have to praise them. It's so much work and so much thought out dedication to get into this sort of position that's honestly just impressive. You can't fault them for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of planning, a lot of preparation, but at the end of the day, we see that he knew after practicing it so much that they didn't have the time, right? They didn't have the time to win the game, so he just said, you know what, I'm chucking those extra floppers out, just end this game quicker, give us on the desk a little bit more time to talk about it because the game ends faster. And obviously then the win went to Chapix and Tayson.
I mean, I'm not surprised, right? We just saw them come in second place in that last game. And like Shywager was saying, right, this duo in particular, they're kind of one of these duos that I would put in like a class of their own. They're like, they just kind of, because their names exist in the leaderboard or within the 100 playing the game, everyone else is just going to kind of be aware of them at all times, right, Reese?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you're going to be really concerned about straight up when these guys are in your game is like they are going to play like a duo who's been together for the longest time, right? Remember, we just said at the top of the show that these guys have been together only for like a small amount of time right before this qualifiers when they started to play together as a duo. Yes, they played together as a trio in the last season, but again, that was kind of a last-minute team as well. But they play like a team who has that amazing synergy, who's practiced for months and months and months and months together, yet they haven't really, right? They've just such good individual players. Clearly the chemistry works between them, and a first and a second so far.
Yeah, it's also because of the lack of the high-ground teams in this lobby, right? We have Hen and Queasy, far zone pool this game, and obviously we're also missing Pink and Anas, who keep going down very, very early on the leaderboard as we can take a look at the standings here. Chapix and Tayson, first place. Only 8 points of difference, actually. Ralph and Krusty coming up there, Reese.
Yeah, massively up by 4 placements on the leaderboard overall, up to 73 points. Another team that had a really good game is Kefi and Melody, right? They're capitalizing on the fact that Cami and City have not qualified through, so that Cami split at Puddle Pond is free for the taking for another Polish duo to land at, and now that, after a huge game, have pushed them up till 4th. So that is massive, massive for them. Snazy and Podesine, 8th. Notice that, up 23 placements. I'm just excited about this new graphic, by the way, if we can't tell. And in 10th, Kovacs and Zrox. They were last. They were 50th. The dead last just before that game there, and have moved all the way up into top 10. So huge, huge match from them.
Yeah, that's a quick math coming out.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to be able to do it in my head. 11 plus 38, that's I think they were 49th last game. Mr. Satan and Darkest also having a really good game. Funnily enough, they do land near Hen and Queasy, but had a much better game this time. So maybe a little bit of different strategy coming out of these guys. A little bit more experience with the scuffed rotation.
Absolutely, you know, 16th DKS and Bad Sniper again, moving up 32 placements, which is huge, huge for them because, again, we've seen the off-spawn mess that they've had, right? Yeah. We've seen them going up against Savage Bench. We've seen them, again, also going up against Vico's and Paxton as well. So it's like the mess that they're having in early game, that game they were able to capitalize, which was fantastic. But to get into the top 5, where all of the qualification is going to be a big ask for them still.
Man, they sell 4 games, right? It's doable. Many things in life are achievable. You just have to make sure you're playing your cards right. I mean, we've already seen the difference, sort of, like just kind of going back to what we talked about with Mr. Savage, right? Benji Fishy, that initial land. It looked like this early game, and then game number 2 was going to go well for them, Reese. But it didn't quite go that way.
Yeah, it didn't. We saw basically a really nice maneuver there from Vico. Even though he didn't manage to get the weapon, Mr. Savage didn't pick it up first. You saw him kind of swoop over to the right and get in front of Mr. Savage to block him off from picking up the weapon. Now, it didn't work, but it was still cool at the same time.
I appreciate the aggression, right? Just trying to get in there and secure, like, okay, look, last time you got the 1-up, but we would like the 1-up. Let me just make sure I track this target down, full confirm them, and we keep going. But this is game 3, right? It's time to kind of change things up. But it's that time, Fortnite fam. Let's send it back over to Shywager and Levin2K for game number 3.
Welcome to the midpoint. Thank you so much, Zeke, Boop, and Reese. A lot happening in that game, definitely. The heal-off explanation was also just awesome to kind of see that side of the game. And that's a threat now, 11, for all the players in the lobby. That's one place they might have to get rid of early.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of people would expect those guys to maybe be targeted almost, right? You know, if they're not going to fight us back, if they're just going to try sit there and heal, can we deal with them early on? But hasn't gone that way the first 2 games, and we'll see if it goes that way in the third.
All right, let's see exactly what changes up, because these players have a few games under their belts now. They understand what the off-spawn drop looks like. They know exactly how stressful the end game can be. Can Tayson and Chapix be stopped on height? Will Vontrex continue to heal? Find out in game number 3.
Oh, spoiler alert, Vontrex will continue to heal every single game. So, back over to Greasy. This is very interesting. You can see they've not even landed yet, and they're getting shot from the hill. That's because of the way the bus path went. It meant that the team over that side landed before them, were able to pick up a weapon, and that's made this fight so difficult there.
That was just so clean from ADN to put down the pressure that's only available this season as well. Yep, the hill combination with the duo just not being targeted on the side of ADN and Hardfind make Vortex and Genis have a very rough start to their day.
Yeah, unfortunate for Genis and Vortex, one of my favorite duos. But again, Aiden and Hardfind putting in the hard yards and winning off that fight. It'll be interesting to see whether or not an adjustment's made as we head into the next couple of games, because after going down off spawn a couple times, right, that can really affect your momentum, your morale. Makes you question certain things maybe you shouldn't question. We're getting a part 2 here at Command Cavern. This time, Blue is the one that's down, and Mustache is having to fend for himself. But for how much longer? Because he actually gets taken down as well. So, Anas in pink winning that fight off spawn without the help from Tayson and Chapix this time round. And a really nice start to what has been an unfortunate day for them with some of the issues they've had in the previous games.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about Anas making one of these end games than them really winning off spawn, personally. So, let's see if it's a possibility in this game. And then Queasy though, Sleepy Sound, some trouble here so far. Low HP totals on both. We see if they can really rock in.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like these guys have got a zone. Very unfortunately. We talked about on the desk, right? They talked about how that's actually impacted them, right? I believe it was maybe it was Reese, man. It was Reese, same guy, you know? Just same guy, just different countries,
Roop?
you know? Roop.
Beast?
Are we shipping them together now? Roop.
Isn't that also just someone in the community? I swear.
Someone called Roop?
Yeah.
I must not know the community well, mate. Don't know any Roops. So.
Oh, we keep rocking. Floki Clement on the board. Are these guys the GOATs right now? I know you hate that term.
Look, after those 2 eliminations, they may be the GOATs right now, bro.
Yeah.
It may just be, look, Chonkers, they're used to fighting more teams like Chonkers, to be fair. They used to having like 3 or 4 guys in this area. It's not been as bad today. Only having to do with 1 there. So we'll see what they can actually do with that. Because I think that's always like, you always get that sort of leeway where it's like, oh yeah, man, you would have done so well, but you had like 7 teams contesting you, man. It's like, oh man, you ain't really got anyone there today. What can you guys do?
No, because then the excuse is now we're used to having, 4 teams. There's no surge. Like, we can't do much.
The old classic. The old classic. We'll see though. I'm back in the French boys. Another duo that I actually got the pleasure of meeting. Floki doesn't speak great English, but he agreed to teach me French if I teach him English. And now we have a bond that can never be broken.
Sure, I was trying to find a way to break it, but that's a pretty solid bond, yeah.
It's a solid, bro?
That's a pretty solid bond.
It's foolproof,
Good trade deal, good agreement, yeah.
So I'm going to be rocking up next time around, speaking French, as long as nobody minds. So.
Very nice. I'll learn it too then.
Nah, stop copying my flow, bro. Just be unique.
But you have such a nice flow, man. I just got it, you know.
It's alright, bro. I understand. we've just hopped around to like every French duo. Floki, Kevin, and the XSPs. Now we're at Podesize Nazy.
I was about to say, I was like... I got some nice flashbacks.
Honestly.
Let's look at their fight. They also had a very rocky day starting off so far. Put aside, though, that last game, I mean, we saw the eliminations he had, the big ended open as well, that window. 54 points total. They brought it back in that last end game, and now they're still rocking.
Yeah, 7th place ain't too bad, considering, you know, in round 3, they actually came 50th, right? So they were the last team to qualify through. Very easily could have not been in this lobbies, I should say. But to be here now, and to be impressing, actually does match the trend, right? Podesize this season's been really impressive. Very much surprising people in terms of, he's obviously been someone that's been around the scene for a while. His performance has started to dip for a bit, but this season, he's brought it back a bit. We'll see if that continues today.
Check out Zandy and Joe as well. Under pressure, I feel like, is where these two just perform. But also, the fight for high ground, I feel like, in terms of endgame, is where they see a majority of their points actually roll through. Against Tayson and Chapix, against some of these teams that are just there, even iDrop and Jerky, I feel like it's so hard to be able to just passively take it. Never really see Zandy and Joe fighting for it. They kind of just start with it and hold on defensively the entire time. It's just, there's too many tough teams that are so good at that high ground fight. I don't know if they can adjust their gameplay to go for any other type of gameplay, you know, strat.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those tough ones where, right, like a lot of the teams, you know, who are sort of better in that regard, sort of understand the right sort of triggers to go for it and the timings where teams will be vulnerable, especially those zone transitions, right, is where you want to be looking for high ground, or whether you can, any actual layer you're on, right, zone transitions are when you want to try exert control, because things are sort of hectic, everyone's sort of adjusting to where the new zone pulls. For these guys, Queasy and Hen, it's obviously been tough. The nature of the way the zones have played have meant that they can't maybe exert that control the way they'd like to in these games, having to sort of traverse throughout the whole map to get there. And now in a standoff, still over towards Sleepy, not looking ideal for them.
That zone is, yeah, as you mentioned, towards that south side a little bit as well, so it's going to be tough once again for the duo. Shizo and Grolls, one good game followed by another consistent one. Going to be seeing if they can actually just hold on to the top 5. I feel like some of these qualifications do come off some nice game 1, game 2s into playing consistently, and that is what this team is going for. Lolos and Esti, being bullied game after game, are in that same spot right now.
Yeah, Shizo and Grolls have done a good job of getting to those end games consistently. We'll see if that trend continues. Obviously against, so if they're going to win a fight, it probably would be this one. But let's not speak too soon. You can see now they're in the zone. The zone is ticking. It won't be doing too much damage, so they won't be worried about how much time left they have to fight, especially considering they have a med mist and some chug splashes, but can't afford to allow someone to run at you with a drum gun. With a drum shotgun, I should say, sorry.
I was about to say.
Yeah, it's jumping over different seasons.
It's all good, though. I mean, it has kind of the same effect as that drum gun when it comes to the pressure. Shizo, Grolls, just one little second of air, one little second of shots in the body, and that fight is wrapped up.
You can see the boys, Tayson and Chapix, over towards Greasy. They've come down from command. They've opted to stay on this side.
How is it when it comes to Tayson and Chapix specifically in this round of qualifiers? They just make the height take look easy. Like identifying that one wall you just saw in that first game, or the game we just watched. And the first game height take as well was just, it was so fluid.
Honestly, you know, I don't want to underplay the nature of these lobbies, right? But it has been easy for them in the sense of, you know, the other teams that know how to secure height properly are having to travel the whole, you know, map and are spending so much, right? Like the honest, you know, with Queasy and Hen, they're traveling all the way across the map. They're so low on materials, they can't really play for high ground the way they want to. Same with iDrop and Jerky, or should I say, you know, the big drop and Jerky. He specifically wants to only be called the big drop, so, you know, I'll do him a solid there. So, you know, these guys obviously landing towards the north side. and of course, Taste and Chapix are landing north side as well, right? But they have an IO car, right? So, you know, they don't have to spend the sort of materials that the other guys have to spend when traveling all the way south. So that's going to be the biggest thing. Of course, maybe as the zones start to favor them, the other teams, if they do in the later games, maybe that could be something you see. But look, this is just so rough for Queasy and Hen. Like, I know Queasy. Queasy will not be happy. Queasy will be complaining. Why can't we get a zone? Why can't we get a zone? That's not my greatest Queasy impression, but something along the lines of that, right? You know, you won't be happy, honestly, and it's unfortunate, but they're just going to have to sort of roll with the punches for now.
Yeah, well, the most impressive thing for them is, like, even if they do well today, they've essentially played 12 games, whereas everyone's played 6. In terms of pressure, in terms of journey.
Yeah.
Like, that is so rough.
Honestly, if we do get, like, some stats, I'd love to see distance traveled, right? In terms of just...
Yeah.
A distance traveled stat would be great. I'm sure they'd be high up there in the distance traveled because they have just had to travel so far. We'll see.
Surge as well, specifically in this qualifier, has been a very patient one. A lot of the times you see some teams maybe even lose composure in that game number 2 and start going for quick rushes. But we're seeing upwards of, you know, 60 plus players surviving towards that half and half surge. And a lot of passiveness just passed off spawn for a bunch of teams. Tayson and Chapix boxed up the entire time. Similarly, about 20 other teams are doing the same thing. It's tough for any of these free walkers to find any tags on anyone else.
Yeah, we're seeing... And that's in pink.
That's one job.
And that's...
There's one job. Just no car shenanigans. No nothing. Just survive towards the
Just
game.
fingers crossed for Anas here. Does Anas have a chant, guys? Chat, can we come up with a chant for Anas? I don't know what we can spam for Anas, but we need to give him something because...
Is there a grass emoji?
He needs... What?
Spam this grass to help Anas?
Ah, you're so American, or North American.
Man, you guys don't have grass in the UK?
Well, okay, I'm British, so... I'm Southern British, so I say grass, so it doesn't really work, you know?
Anas. Grass.
If I was maybe like from up north in the UK, maybe I'd say grass, so it'd work.
Yeah.
Scram this grass to help Anas, but it just from where I'm from, bro, in London, it don't really work. I'll be real.
Could steal a page from Boop's journal and just go spam this sync to help Anas in pink.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that works.
That works. That works, guys. That works.
Raisin and Payne are going to be rocking in as well. I think this is one of the most fun teams to watch. Deal with Search. They always get hyperactive, go for those box fights.
Yeah, they love their free edit plays, don't they?
I'm actually going to mention something about it if they end up running off with this one while using up. Yep, there it is, the first one, because they're going to be a floor pre-edit. Doesn't even matter. Auto shotgun is rolling. Who is down? Ryzen is just chomping, stomping in. He finds both. Oh, Reina's down, or Payne's down as a result. That's going to be tough. The last time when those pre-edits were active to get these guys into boxes, the reason that Ryzen actually went down is Payne picked up his knocked body, threw him at a wall that he needed to build, but it was his pre-edited wall. And he went right through, and then Tayson picked up the elimination. So you have to make sure to reset those pre-edits as you rock in. Queasy and Hen next to a reboot van that just sounded somewhere. Hen is down. Queasy still walking around, was at 200 HP and got beamed and has to spend all his metal to try to get in. This is so sad for our previous FNCS winners.
It's painful, man. It's honestly painful. Like, there's just not much they can do there. They just get held, right? They are so deep, they have to travel so far that they literally just get held in by the teams that are ahead of them. It's just... it's so tough for those guys, man. I really feel for them. They're just getting unlucky with zones, you know? It happens.
Maybe leave early, leave some loot behind, but you always have that process, the embedded way to loot your POI. It's going to be so tough to even try to make a call to rotate early. I have no idea how the map even moves. There's always, you know, those chat analysts that roll in. Why didn't they just, you know, leave earlier? There's so many different things that are taken into account and are so different when you mess up with the timings. Meanwhile, though, let's look at some of the bases, some of the people who are up at this portion of the game. Floki and Clement have a very good spot towards center zone. And Awesome Pink, both players, am I looking at this correctly? Alive?
I think they'll probably ditch the vehicle from this point onwards. No particular reason, but
No reason at all.
I think they'll just stay on foot from this point. Probably the wiser option for them at this stage. Did I just see Mr. Savage?
I was about to say the same thing.
Oh, did I just see Benji Fisher? Oh my goodness.
That go down, so they're active. I think the one main thing about Benji and Mr. Savage, especially in FNCS qualifier rounds, around fours, they might not make 4 of the games, right? Towards endgame. The 2 they make are the most banger games from a duo you see, right? Like, and they have so many points, it feels like they've played 8. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Of course, like, you know, as anybody does, I've watched quite a bit of Benji this season, and you know, his technical levels are still just so high in terms of what he can do in game, right? Mechanically, it's almost unfair still. But can he get that grip? Can he have Savage there to really lead him the way he needs to go? Of course, if they get to endgame, there's always that possibility. We know what Savage's intuition is like in those moments. For Savage as well.
So we like to hear.
Back in the
TKS
boys.
going down, so they should have like a morale boost right now.
Oh
In
yeah,
terms of
they're celebrating right now.
they're going to be looking good. This team, though, I feel like we're just not paying enough attention to in some of these end games. Chazo Gross, it's been consistent. Maybe that's why it's been invisible almost the way they've been playing. If this is another good game for them, it might solidify their top 5.
Yeah, that's going to be really huge. They've done brilliantly, of course. 4 eliminations already at this point in the game is huge. Don't have to worry about Surge. Just a matter of how they use their resources. I don't know if they had a pad. I can't remember. I don't think they did. And so their rotations will have to be pinpoint perfect. Same could be said for these guys in terms of the fact that, you know, contesting off spawn at Greasy means that they don't know. Technically, even though they've done really well and they've basically been bossing it there, next game they might not get to play it out, right, if they go down on spawn. So you really have to make use of your games when you get contested. They actually do have a vehicle, and so I'm sure some people will know, wait, Levin, I thought you said vehicles were taken out of the game. How do these guys have a vehicle? At Greasy, there is a Lambo that's actually just sort of like broken down, right? It looks broken down, but if you chuck some Chonkers tires on it, you can actually use it. And so that's why those guys have a vehicle, yeah.
And the Whiplash, in effect, being used.
The Whiplash.
Yeah, with the Chonkers. You like to see it. Hopefully it gets to survive and speed around. Relvis and Krusty. Gonna be in a very different type of situation as they're down on Surge. Same thing with Tayson and Chapix. Maybe staying a bit too low-key, maybe being a bit too observant for the moment, but I mean, one player's editing, the other one doing damage. They should be good to go in just a second. 125 is a lot harder to catch up on than just 48. Krusty and Relvis are basically perma box fighting to get this damage down.
Yeah, they've got to be careful about how they play the angles. They don't want to expose themselves too much to the rest of the lobby. That could be cause for third parties. Michael and Astro, though, they've got to be aware, because what was that? That was very, very nice from Krusty and Relvis. Completely caught them unawares. The chug splashes are huge. You need to take those, my friend.
They're melting. They're still in the zone.
Yeah, they got to get into the safe zone. There is a pathway to be had, so they'll build in. But really nice stuff from those guys.
Now watching exactly where we are in terms of the zone as well. Very similar to last game, Barren Wasteland. It's the south side desert, and when you're on low ground, it gets really tough. You have no reprieve. You have no, you know, easy cop out of the ground falling like it's a mountain and getting a little bit of breathing room to be able to work. Everyone falling down is going to be desperate, very close to you. It's going to be tough to operate on low. Meanwhile, Vico, Jackson down. These are the remnants of the tilted teams. It seems like every time Benji and Savage survive, no one else is allowed to play from tilted. Mentioning their names, right beside the big drop and Jerky, who've gotten an airdrop as well. This is going to be huge for them to open up possibilities of a pad. Many other goodies. The heals they desperately need right now. I think drop has a 50 pot to pop. Yep, it's right there and it's good. Everyone moving in now, though. You can hear the cars rev up. You can see the pads fly from the top side. iDrop wants an even better spot. They're not all the way in just yet, but they really build high. And they're almost into the zone.
Yeah, I think they realized that they had to ramp that team in order to actually have a stamp of control there. They weren't going to be able to go through underneath them. Ramping them was the right play. But of course, Hydrop has that pad. Obviously, they had to burn quite a bit of materials to secure that position, but it'll be worth it in the long run.
Very scary setup for the zone specifically as well. iDrop and Jerky on one side. That's a high ground team that really wants it. All the way towards the top. The bottom, Chapix and Tayson are there. You know, they're going to be going for height as well. In the middle is Andy and Joe. They have a chance too. So we just have like obelisks or totems all around the circle. All these height teams up in skyscrapers. Wherever the zone pulls is who gets control first, and that is going to be the top side. So Jerky and iDrop have reign of height first. They will be padding what seems like all the way last, and already Chapix and Tayson, they move straight there. They're in with the game plan too. They might have not been the first visitors, but they're ready to play and join the party.
Yeah, I think the big thing here, right, is that we're going to see these guys stagger their rotation, right? They're going to wait for other teams to sort of glide their way in, try and pick up some tags, maybe even some eliminations on the way, and then wait for the last possible moment to pad up, make sure that they're the highest in the sky in order to claim that high ground once they can get close to the zone.
We saw how they did it in game 2. When everyone padded, they took some extra damage and went for a repeat pad. That's how they just had that free height.
Yeah, we're seeing that come through now. All these teams moving their way, and you can see Chapix in the top of your screen, right? He's looking backwards, making sure he's pressurizing teams, and then clearing the pathway for that launch pad to come through. The team was actually running over their box, so they've got to be a bit careful, right? But the pad will come out, a high pad, and you'll see again, they'll be looking at it, they'll be figuring out whether or not they can take it. It looked relatively well enforced. It'll be interesting to see who it was up there, and it is an ass in pink. And that's why it's harder to take. They enforced it much better than we saw in the last game. It's not just on the one wall. And from this point onwards, can these guys continue to hold it out? Pink reinforcing it, making sure it's connected. But they have to make sure that they pressure the teams on second height. Don't allow any of them to actually get a chance to even look up to try and take it from you. iDrop and Jerky will pad in the back of the zone, and they're looking to land on high. They want to get it. They're landing up there, and a fight's breaking out, I'm sure. Floki all by himself on low ground. As you can see, iDrop and Jerky have taken it. The big drop has high ground in this game. And we saw them in this position before. Can they hold on to it?
Round 2.
It's a big question.
Second
Another
team
fight.
all the way in. He's going for it. Screwy takes it and maybe even drops him off. T-Chips is now also going straight for height. And Us is back. Round number 3. We're going for the third instance of this fight. Making him have to give it up just slightly for the moment. Still very strong on mats entirely too. It's a break. And iDrop and Jerky still have control.
Yeah, we're seeing iDrop and Jerky. But how much longer? You can see Anas, he's trying to break it out. They're not pressuring him enough. They're allowing him to just chop it. And if they see a bit of a Nas piece right now. Right now, Pink's the one doing the big damage. And then Nas can actually take it down to wood, but that'll be all right because iDrop and Jerky have not happened to be able to keep it. iDrop actually will go down. I don't know if Jerky will follow him, but Pink and Nas take it for themselves.
That's just huge. And while all this commotion's going up top with builds, the bullets are flying down below. Snazy, 6 eliminations. We saw Floki for the moment before as well. He had 6. These solo pop-offs are insane on the low ground. I'm looking at where Tayson and Chapix are, but I don't see a second orange light. So he might have gone down at some point. It's just Tayson, so there is no 5th high ground retake. Pink and Anas have it for now.
But we've seen Tayson have solo clutches before. One of the best solo players to ever grace this game. And so this will be his chance to show why everyone crowns him with that title.
Floki's still alive and still getting a few eliminations all the way on low ground. Shizo finally going down, but his teammate also still up. So many high point performances are still active inside this game. Grows rolling in 2nd place overall, looking to take the lead from Tayson, who's alive right now. 2 solo players have the lead, kind of the 1st place spot, the podium on their hands for the midpoint of the tournament. Seeing exactly what he can do. Art skill right below Tayson as well. Have to go through a duo. He's pinched on both sides before he's allowed to play this game. He has to get rid of 1. 7 teams all in an impasse. Tayson with a big 117, but there's way too many avenues to look at. He gets caught in the crossroads.
Yeah, no potential to play in the zone and outlast teams with any heals. He just had to get right into the thick of it, but he couldn't handle it. Way too many people down there. Groves was one of them, but how long will it be till Groves actually follows Tayson back to the lobby? You can see he's trying to stay up. 52 HP. Doesn't have any potential to play in the zone, so he has to just stay in here and hope that nobody manages to find anything onto him. But right now, Anas and Pink, they've got easy pickings down below, but do they know it? They need to get involved. Water shot from Groves. Can he hit another one? He can't. He goes down. but you can see Pink will follow him down as he drops down, trying to pick up these final eliminations. It's been such a clean game for them. Round after round, they went for height, and they have the endurance. They go the distance, they win the game. Pink and Anas, after 2 games where it didn't quite go their way, they finally roll through, the game winners of the lobby, and do it in emphatic fashion. Shayo, a brilliant display from these boys.
A walk in the park, a stroll in the sand for them. 5 different high ground retakes happening, and they're the ones to kind of hold on and start it over in round number 1. And now they're here winning that same game. It's just nuts to see. Pink with a big shot as well to wrap it all down. That was just a masterclass on how to play defense and really take back what belongs to you, the victory royale.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Pink and Anas picking up a 6 elimination victory royale. 5 more than they usually get with their victory royales. I'm just playing. These guys had a brilliant game. Guys on the desk, hit us up. What went down? We saw so many battles for high ground. Can this keep happening?
Dude, Levin's over here, dude. He's just kidding me, dude. I'm just kidding. Yeah, man, game number 3 was definitely a turning point here in qualifier number 1 in the European region. Yeah. Reese, I feel like everyone's awake now. They're like, no. We're not just going to hand away high ground. If you're going to do anything in this game, you're going to work for everything. Low ground, high ground, doesn't matter. You're working for it.
Yeah, exactly. And Pink and Anas are the team who's managed to capitalize on that, right? That's the first game they've managed to get to end game as a full duo, and they're on high and they're winning. Like, this is what this team does. This is the reason they got 4 victory royales at the 7 in that previous round. This is why they always in set lobbies manage to pick up tons of victory royales, usually 2. So I'm just saying right now, this is 1, and potentially maybe a second one in the second half. But up in the leaderboard, it'll be interesting to see exactly where they are now, because they've definitely started creeping higher towards that top 5.
Yeah, and game 3 seems to be that magic number, right? That's the 3rd victory royale in the game 3 during the FNCS set lobbies, which is kind of a ridiculous statistic there to think about it. But like you said, you know, it's always them winning a game in these set lobbies. And the question is, where was the other high teams? Well, this time, Taste and Chapix weren't here. And also, we're missing Hen and Queasy. These 4 zone pools, they're definitely struggling with the lack of the car meta. And, you know, when Anas and Pink finally make it to the late game, guess what? They win the game. So, you know, that's going to be the battle for who wins this game. Taste and Chapix, Anas, Pink, and Hen and Queasy. Just depending on where the zone goes, though.
Also, you said earlier to me they're going to win game 4. Now they've just won game 3. So maybe it's going to be 3 and 4.
Hopefully.
Let's take a look at the standings here as we wrap things up in game number 3. Still 3 more ahead of us, but we can kind of start to see some things develop here, right? Tayson and Chapix, that's Uguay there at the top. They're currently sitting in first place, and remember, we're looking to land in that top 5 here at the end of the 6 games. That'll auto-qualify a duo right into the next stage of the competition. I mean, I'm looking right now, and okay, first and second place, sure, they're kind of pulled far away, but you know, Boop, it's 3rd to like 10th. It's not that split.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's a game of 1 games, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Right? All you need is 1 decent game. As you see here, Floki and Clement moving 12 places up the leaderboard. Similarly, also, I want to mention Podosai and Snazy, right? 5 places up on the leaderboard, but they're also being contested. So if they can make those games count, that's all you need to do. Just 1 crucial game, get yourself those eliminations, and put yourself up the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's what I want to mention. There would be Grols and Shizo up in second now. Obviously, they saw so far ahead. Massive 10 eliminations in the final game. 10 eliminations, only 4th place. So if they keep up that fragging potential, like that should be, I mean, realistically, since they're on 122, they're so far ahead of the 2nd or the 3rd place team right now, almost 40 points. Looks like it could be an easy qualification for them.
I mean, we can't forget as well Anas and Pink after that game. Now they're online, right? They're ready to go. They do have a pretty good average placement overall. Here we can see them on your screen. Now, these are the stats from round number 3, so yesterday. But we can use this as a pretty good metric to kind of measure against today.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what we mentioned, right? The victory out potential coming out of Pink and Anas. The high ground play style that they have is just so strong. And I am so interested to see, given the fact that this was the first time that they had a successful mid-game where they managed to get themselves both into in-game, and that was a victory royale. It's like, you know, 100% success rate from 5th zone onwards so far.
I mean, I want to mention that we do meme them slightly, right, about the amount of eliminations that they get in endgame, but that just shows you how good they are. If you can make it to those final moving zones with 1 or 2 eliminations, it means you're the most efficient team in the lobby. You're using very little build, using very little shield, and you're just making it there consistently. So their game plan is far above and superior to everyone else.
And on top of that, like, they've been getting better at elims. Like, usually, my note specifically from last season is this is a finals team, and this is a team that basically performs in set lobbies. But now we've seen them in kind of open lobbies, in earlier rounds of FCS and opens of Cash Cups, do really well too, pick up high elimination games. They even had a 19 elimination game in one of the earlier rounds of FNCS, which is unheard of for this team in particular. So they've got their weakness of getting eliminations, and it's clearly improving as time's going on, which I think is one of the reasons why this team's going to be unstoppable this season.
Yeah, you saw them drop down that game, right? You never see Pink ever drop down from high ground. This time, he was down there fragging. He was getting involved with that SMG while Anas was just chilling, trying to get the piece going. But yeah, they're making something happen, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, another team I want to talk about, Relvis and Krusty, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like a team who us three, sorry, don't leave you out, Zizzy. How
dare you?
Haven't really mentioned so far, but they are like fragging out so bad. There was a particular clip, let's see, look at this, look at production hooking up for me. That beautiful 2-piece from Krusty here, where obviously jumps straight outside the box and goes back. Like, these guys have such a good fragging potential so far in each individual clip, right? You're seeing these clips are almost like highlights, but when you look at the average eliminations they're getting, it's like 3 per game. So it's like, you know, each individual elim they get is really nice, but they're not really getting that whole load of them. They're just being super consistent, always getting through the end game.
We'll have to see, man. 3 more games. They could really surprise us. Make it in that top 5. I'm down for that, okay? You guys make that happen. I'll be here for it. But it's time for game number 4. So we're going back on board that battle bus. We got 11-2K. We got Shy Wager. This is game number 4.
Let's go.
Calling it. This is going to be the best game we watched so far, 11. I think game number 4 is the banger game. You know, it's right after the midpoint. Some people frustrated. Everyone got their stuff sorted out. We're just ready to go.
Yeah, I think people finally sort of hit their rhythm, hit their momentum. Some teams' momentum just been completely sort of shut down, right? So it does work both ways, but I'm looking forward to it, right? We've already seen the development of some of these places of Spawn that we were very excited about. Of course, now some of the big teams, the big high ground boys getting back involved in the lobby in Pink and Anas. All things considered, I'm pretty excited. I'm happy.
They are here and hopefully here for this game as well, and just seeing the difference in how a game is when Tayson and Chapix have height versus Pink and Anas. I mean, if both of them are finally allowed to coexist, I don't even want to think about how that looks.
Can we get a North Zone though? Maybe?
For the one time?
Just the one time?
Let me talk to my people in the back. Let's just get into the game first.
All right, cool. All right, so North Zone. We will have a North Zone according to Shy Wager.
I'm still talking to him. Hold on.
You ain't sorted it yet? All right, cool. My bad.
It depends on who goes down, and Tilted Towers is what I've been told. If it's DKS and Bat Sniper that don't make it off spawn, it'll be a North Zone. If Benji and Savage go down, it'll be South Zone. Same thing here, actually. I'm just getting word. If Aiden and Hardfind go down first, South Zone. If they win, North Zone. Simple.
Okay. Well, then it's definitely a South Zone then. Because these guys aren't going down. These guys have been bossing it over towards Greasy Grove, and we're seeing it again. Janice goes down. Oh, dear.
It's too free. There's just no way. They're making it look effortless. And Vortex as well. I mean, I understand the big, you know, bass shop, the fishing shop in the middle. It's just so much power, so much control, a lot of loot. You have Nano landing here, too. Third team rocking in. They've kind of given up their side of the map. This is going to be tough for anyone, honestly, to find any room to play off of from Greasy Grove. Unfortunately, Vortex and Janice are the first focus, and going to be an easy find for this duo.
Yeah, it's so tough, man. I feel, you know, I'm split between the middle here, right? You know, big fan of Hardfun and ADN, one of the few UK duos left still kicking it. And Janice and Vortex. Janice is quite literally my teammate, you know. That's my that's my duo partner, do you know what I mean? So to see him not doing well, it's rough, but those guys will go down again, and the British boys will be bouncing right now. They have just been rolling off spawn so far.
We got Nano and Lou to still work with. Pink taking a little bit of damage, but I see no elims. That's what I was looking for this team so far. Mustache and Malibuca looks like they have the advantage this time and will be on the offense, and they're not going to stop now. Builds available for Anas to have a little bit of a prolonged fight, but this is the scariest position we've seen so far for Pink and Anas in the early game. Pink down to 1 HP as well off of a big shot. They can get out with this cannon at any moment, but I don't think Pink has the HP just yet to make that escape.
Yeah, it's down to the big Anas really to sort of put the team on his shoulders right now. Because Mustache and Malabuka are no easy team to battle against, especially when they have seemingly the advantage. They just have so much control right now. And you can see Anas's build just continually being burned. And he's trying to get up, trying to force the issue a bit, understandably. Can we see a bit of an Nas piece right now? Mustache keeping his distance, not giving him a chance, hitting a 41. Just gonna force a Nas back down as well. This is really awkward for the team that just won.
Hold up. Still a chance on this side. Anas with a few angles, still buying a little bit of time for Pink. Not much going down though. Maybe they're waiting for Tayson and Chapix to do something. I'm not sure what the angle is here from this duo. There's no way you're gonna be able to survive and do much down below. I was saying maybe close range is a good option because Mustache has no SMG ammo, but that's there now. Pink trading a few damage shots, and now two teammates on both sides are down on low HP. Pink finally knocked. Mustache super low. The Siphon coming in from Malabuka, so okay, there's the big trade. Now it's a 1v1. Anas with a quick finish too. They're going for it. Siphon materials not really picked up by Anas, but he's going for the all-in straight inside the box. Goes for a little bit of control. Tayson and Chapix are here from the back. And no, they get taken down. Anas and Pink are gone. Malabuka too. There might be no winners off of this fight when there's three teams in the POI.
That is so painful, man. Like Shio said, nobody wins. Tayson and Chapix just putting an end to that shenanigan. Wow, they did not even give them an inch of a chance, man. And that just starts taking shots in the back. And it's just wraps at, oh, wow. Well,
that's just, man, like, it's the same thing that was happening at Tilted, right? Like, DKS Bad Sniper looting up, Mr. Savage fighting over and over again. They finish their fight, DKS cleans up. Over here, this is such an isolated fight on the side of the mountain. Tayson and Chapix went out of their way to come here and go for those elims. I mean, it's just too much.
It's always painful when you see a team who does so well in the previous game go down so early. That just is what happens sometimes, man. Fortnite.
Yeah, I had some slight confusion a little bit because I saw Malabuka pick up the elimination onto Anas. But that's just because he got the last shot. As a result, though, that 2-point difference makes Grols the one effectively in the lead. And we're going to watch that early game fight. Look at the difference in skill ability and narrative for this one. They just land in these landing diff landmarks. I mean, the fight just looks so much easier compared to what some of the top pros are fighting over at Cavern.
Yeah, big props to Grols and Shizo. They have been very impressive. Not a team that's vying for height, right? And so, you know, we don't see them necessarily in that battle, but at the end of the day, they won't mind not being in that battle if they can just continue to push themselves in these standings above everybody else. And Grols trying to make his journey to his second FNCS. Made his first one last season, finishing in 6th. And maybe he's gone under the radar, but definitely part of this newer generation of top Fortnite players that are going to be cementing themselves in the region. Flixie and Kiduo will be wiped out by my guy Ziandi.
They'll rock in and rock out. Clement and Floki. A little bit of familiarity with them fighting a few people off of spawn. It looks like that's might be why, you know, they're even ramping up in the placements and the elims they see every single game. Floki with a nice cone to stop the Spirit from being able to escape the fight or have his own reign. They swap out and tag team Clement in, but it might not be the best. Oh my goodness, Maxi, what was that?
What a play. Honestly, what a play. That is really something, and it's going to be so heartbreaking if he falls so shortly after it. Some nice damage by Sky Dune. And he's looking for the piece. Maxtree's not making it easy though. He is just scurrying away as much as he can. With Destru coming in, it just becomes impossible for him. Oh, dear. He did so well there, Shayo.
Yeah, but it takes a lot of fuel to be able to do that, right? In terms of personal prowess and shots. That was a nutty pre-fire onto Clement on the back, and then I don't know why they just didn't both take the fight 2v1. I mean, maybe just a little bit of overconfidence and the damage done. Maybe weapons weren't loaded completely on the side of Floki and Clement, but I mean, Max Trade just gives us a nice little highlight reel in the early game. Also, Sanctuary fights. Thoughts on them, London?
You see, I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Big trouble. And I prefer not to be in trouble. So I prefer not to speak.
No, I say it's so tough being able to actually find anything useful in terms of an advantage in this POI. It seems like it takes so long. Usually the fights we see here never go well for either player, but for Hype and JJT, they're rolling in and quickly actually find a drop. One quick pickup. This is where things can get super delayed though. The setups, the roundabouts, the mazes can be tough to decipher. Sometimes you can just brute force the password though. That's exactly what Hype does. Rolling in, they pick up their opponents really fast.
Yeah, I like that approach a bit more, you know. Just get right stuck in. It's my cup of tea. This isn't my cup of tea though. Astro, what are you doing there, buddy? You're in zone, buddy. Okay, move back in Fury. We'll deal with him. It's a shame.
The most interesting thing I've seen from Fury and Bubak so far is that they've been in very similar positions in multiple games, like Taste and Chapix have in terms of the half and half zone and where they are. But I think their approach to mid and low ground right now with the way the zones have been going, not actually working out the best for them. So maybe have to adjust that this game, take a few more risks. That being said, the consistency will be rocking in. NLX like Squeeze too. Getting a few eliminations before the end game really starts, but maybe it's Surge, maybe it's their overall position, the lack of pads even to have them, you know, in trouble converting their positions and the placements overall.
Yeah, and then let's Squeeze. Not necessarily had the best of days so far, but definitely a team that people will be expecting to rise up. Of course, one of the typical tropes that is discussed when Andalex is mentioned is his ability to come back, right? Always the back half of events, the back half of tournament days, where he starts to rise. And we've reached that point, right? So hopefully now we'll see these guys have a couple better games. Speaking of better games, Taste and Chapix ain't been too bad.
Yeah, and they've created kind of a power vacuum for NLX and X-Squeeze to step into, right? Like, Mustache Malabuka, really powerful low ground team, not there this game. Pink and Anas, the tempered high ground, not going to be a possibility either. So a lot of these teams looking to have a bit more room should be able to play. Shizo should be good to go. And this might be the turn for NLX.
Well, you know, you're talking about your power vacuum, right? Clown, well, not Clown and Grows, that's the former duo, Grows and Shizo. See, I'm in the autopilot, you know? He's not with Clown anymore, but Grows and Shizo, they have been very powerful playing on those mid and low layers, right?
Yeah.
You know, the key to sort of how they've been able to just get so many eliminations is just the control that they garner, right? In those zone transitions, just absolutely wiping people out, a bit of piece control. That's the kind of stuff that gets Reese excited, you know? That's his thing, you know, yeah.
Piece control, Reese control. I can't see the difference between two of those at all. Main thing too for Shizo specifically, and Podosai and Snazy, Floki Clement not being in this game. They just like soak up so many points, and the best low ground positions the fastest, I feel like, towards the end game. And they're not going to be here. So a lot of these front runners for this qualifier that we've seen so far in the first 3 games, unavailable to show up to this media day, this game 4. As a result, the gaps must be filled. And we asked for a little bit of that north zone. Didn't really happen. It's better than the complete desert, right? But it can still pull down.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I used to have all the connections back in the day, Shia, man. Shia used to say something, it used to just happen, like, on the spot, but he's lost his juice a little bit, clearly.
Hey, just wait for it, man. I've figured out the tech. You don't want to waste the juice on the qualifiers, you know?
Oh, yeah.
The zone pulling juice. But the finals, just trust. I have the easy pulls left and right. Recent Boop also talking about Krusty and Relvis that last. The dynamic duo not even being inside boxes, just rattling on walls. Looked very good when, you know, things are out of control. They're very good at sorting out the chaos. When they have a little bit of peace and quiet, though, they crumble under the thought process of what to do is my question. Still seeing how loud Tayson and Chapix want to be at this point as well. I think this zone pull will dictate exactly how fast they're going to be able to play this end game. And right now, yeah, they get to just slow things down, dictate exactly who goes where. This is marketability, right? I mean, this is just. This is the new Benji. I mean, Benji's in this lobby, man.
Oh goodness. Wow. This is interesting because obviously as much as they've been pretty solid and they've not had many issues, right? We did see last game when they went towards Greasy, they weren't able to get enough surge tags and they were sort of teetering along that line of being above surge. And so this time round, they may need to just get a bit more aggressive in that regard and trying to make sure that they have no concerns when it comes to surge. Of course, the zone very much favors them, and so I do expect to see them making some sort of play for height as long as the zones continue to favor them, I guess. But in the meantime, we got Zrox and Kovacs, who's sitting in 9th place. I've actually fought Zrox in an arena game this season. Wouldn't call it much of a fight though. He landed in a siege cannon and took me out instantly, basically. So, GG's. I'll get him back though. I always get him back. You know what I mean?
Don't want to mess with Levin at all.
Yeah.
No one wins. He's the human embodiment of a third party.
I'm sorry, that just... I'm trying to, like, imagine what that actually looks like. But I guess it's just me, right? Like,
yes.
I am the human embodiment of a third
You are
party.
the human embodiment of a third party. Always have the last laugh, and right now, I'm not hearing that much joy and excitement from a lot of these players for this zone. Trees, water, low ground in the way. Can't really see much in terms of visibility, too. Article T-Chips has been a while since the zone threat or the damage threshold has popped up for many players. I'm not even sure if they know how far up they are, how much work they need to do to stay ahead.
I like that position though from Art School and T-Chips in terms of where they were situated, center in the zone, very likely to pull that next zone as well. Off that hill, they can operate at a very wide range of angles, right? 360-degree radius. They had players sort of in and around them in order to get surge tags. Really nice stuff there. And this is actually something that we see quite a bit. Because there's not many vehicles in the game, people know how valuable the vehicles are, right? And so if you see a vehicle and you don't have one, you're gonna take shots at it. You need to do everything you can to immobilize that team that has the vehicle. And in that case there, we saw Snace was actually able to blow it up, use it as a weapon against the team that was driving it. And the knock is really, really clean for them as well. So they won't be able to actually pounce on that loot. I don't believe Chrisif is still up there as well as a solo. I'm sure they'll think about if there's a pathway to get there, but it does seem like it might be a bit too risky. So we'll just have to watch from afar, but really nice stuff from these guys. Just look at the mats on Queasy, Shio.
They've invested, man. They've really invested to get to this point, and they still don't have the zone. So they'll have to move in just a second. Being beside iDrop and Jerky, though. Apologies, the big drop in Jerky, though.
Yes.
They're in the right place. Let's hope the timing is good on when they actually end up moving in. It's going to be very difficult to find a foothold. Once again, some of the late movers in these zones end up being beside the bottom of a rock cliff or maybe somewhere else. Can't really see one side or one half of your position of where you are. iDrop actually chooses to move up and across. Not be in a troubling position is very nice. Grows in Shizo. Once again, lots of these dominant low ground teams not here this time. In this game, they'll be able to have a lot more space faster, much quicker than before. and have possibly the biggest pedestal to get points, or pedestal to get points at this moment. Everyone also rocking in undisturbed to Greasy right now. I'm not seeing many people fall in the feed moving into this circle, but the north side will have to be the focus. I'm guessing desperate box fights will be had in the south if there are maybe 1 or 2 teams who are in trouble. But up north, there's still a few teams who are not in. Slowway, Screwy, moving through, and he's going to be a nuisance on the backside of some of these players who are really late and getting into the zone. A few picks, and that's Bubak down. That's one, and a lot of crucial mats for the man as well. Still below on Surge, though, and this is all about getting as many points as possible before you go down. You'd have to assume for Screwy in this moment, as a solo player, making this much noise. Here's Chuck Slash his opponent, okay. Talking about disrespect, he rocks it in. Could be a crucial one he needed, though. This is going to be so unfortunate for the man. 10-5, and he's gone. Did a lot to actually slow down the backside, though. Let's see who's holding some of these players towards the north. It's not going to be ZND and Joe. They're a little bit more towards the south and middle of the map so far. It is still such, just a cluster, a traffic jam all the way up top for the zone so far. Now everyone's gonna have to move once again. Barely any team pulls that next zone.
Yeah, and in terms of the teams who have been able to pull it, Ryzen and Painter pulling 50-50 will be huge for them. I'm trying to see if there's any other teams who really can make use of it, right? Obviously, last game, Pink and Anas, they pulled 50-50, and we saw how far that was able to take them in their pursuit of a win. Obviously, this time around, they're not here, but other teams will be looking to emulate that kind of performance.
I really want to see where Tayson and Chapix are in this moment right now. They're going to be up against Shizo and Grolls. Both teams are going to be playing 2 very different games. This should be one of the most exciting dual perspectives to watch for a team. One focused on being completely the center of attention on high ground. The other focused on being as silent as possible, just racking in consistent placement and a few eliminations on the low. Besides, Snazy will also be rocking in a very specific or a very similar spot to where we just saw Shizo. They're all about just moving between the lines and going for a bit of damage and picking up as many points as possible while working off of the pressure other people create. Talking about the ones that create that pressure, Queasy active right now. He's the one to pick up Lolis in the feed, ST down. They'll have a little bit of a say on what to do, but look who are the right beside on the left side of your screen. We have Jerky and iDrop, Tayson and Chapix, kind of the high ground apartment complex, ready to go and play the game. Meanwhile, everyone else is just sitting silent. They don't want to be the focus of anything. Who are some of the challengers here right now as well, too? Nano 8 and Lou on the other side, battling for a spot, both in separate built towers, seeing exactly what the zone will say. It'll give Hen and Queasy the first chance to drop some pressure, and the last leg to actually jump.
Yeah, we talked about how earlier, in terms of materials and resources, they weren't looking in the best position, but Hen has a harpoon, right? And that's going to be so key for them to actually stay in this game, because even though they're low on resources, if he can find loot in the storm, they'll be able to keep height. And the smallest opportunity they have to get height, and they're taking it. They want to hold on to it.
All the way up top, but they built a little bit of a ramp for anyone who's daring enough to kind of come up and take it. I called it a little bit, but everyone has their own focus on making it to the front portion of the zone. Tayson and Chapix too are just making sure they're taking off anyone down below. They finally look up and see this monstrosity of a build. Tayson's like, okay. They find another pad that's even closer. How did he even think and hear or see it? This man is just, I don't know, has 8 eyes and 17 ears. Tayson finds a perfect path all the way in. This is all impromptu. Met up with Chapix as well, who found his own way into the zone from this side. Insane the way these guys just see the way the builds move in the zone.
We talked about how Creasy and Hen would take the opportunity, but they've actually been forced down. iDrop and Jerky, the big drop, taking another shot at high ground. Can this finally be the game when they're able to hold on to it? I don't want to speak too soon, but we'll see Shizo and Grolls, the first place team at the moment. We know how dominant they've been able to be on mid and low ground, but can they continue up that pace? Grolls actually will go down. They're below on Surge, and so things are looking really difficult for these guys in their attempt to keep that hot first place spot.
Not even in a good clutch spot right now. Whenever you're a solo player, you want to take your teammates mass, the utility they have, every option you have at your disposal as a team. But unfortunately, Grolls was full piece, no chance for Shizo to get back into that box. He's gonna have to work with just what he's got, which is half the power of the duo completely. So going for a little bit of rattling damage on the walls, but doesn't find any connections from this layer so far. Has to drop down soon, but as soon as he does, his mats will melt. He only has about 5 boxes to make. This is your first place positions POV on the top right of your screen. Meanwhile, Jerky and iDrop on the left side still did take everything all the way from height. Knizzy and Podesai ready to ramp up down bottom. They're one of the most powerful duos we see so far. On the bottom right, they're now moving free, getting ahead of the zone, looking for their positions. Shizo stuck on the backside, has a chance for a few floppers left and right, and going for a sidewinder pump shot. That's going to be huge for him, but drops down with the improper timing. One more flopper to take his desperation, but he goes down, and now it's a chance possibly for Chapix to wrap back and take that first place spot. As I say that though, Henning Queasy still alive, and this man is in a world of hurt. He's feeling that pain, still moving right past it and surviving so far in the zone.
Yeah, and there was a med miss down there. That's going to be huge, right? He already had one in his inventory, but if he has any hope of making some sort of crazy solo clutch, the med miss will be huge. Just seeing Snazy realizing that for himself as well. He needs that to stay in this game. The zone's actually going to pull back towards him, and that's going to be huge, right, for Snazy and Podesai. Can they claim and take control of low ground as it pulls down this little hill here as well? This is going to be a crucial moment for them in their pursuit of a win.
Chapik still alive though, getting a few picks inside that feed. iDrop and Jerky also taking apart duo after duo all the way up top. It's a duo that's also alive in that first place spot. Tayson and Chapix meeting hand in hand inside their builds. Relvis was down to Chapix before, and Krusty gets found out by Tayson galore. It's huge for this duo right now, and they pick up the mats as well. They're ready to go. Look at the space they have, Levin. This must be their game.
Yeah, this is easy as pie for Tayson and Chapix. They run this layer, but how many more can they dominate? They want it all right now.
Easy as pie, but they're crunched like a pastry inside that mid ground as well. It's going to be tough for them to move through the sauce. Meanwhile, Podesai and Snazy, 360 degrees of pressure, and somehow they're making sense of it. Move past on their own lair. Jerky and iDrop actually start to tighten things down from high ground. Looking down below, they have the med. It's on the Chapix too. He's at half HP. Tayson desperate to move inside these boxes, but Jerky's moving forward to have even more pressure. All walls controlled, but Tayson finds a little bit of reprieve, some escape. This man is just too fast. He has permanent sprint mode on, and Jerky loses him.
Yeah, Jerky had to be careful there. Needs to reload his weapons, right? You can go down to take fights,
Oh, no!
but you need to make sure you're well equipped. So the battle is not done. Snazy will go at it. Podesai now left alone. Snazy gets knocked in, so a clutch potential here for Podesai. Can he drop down in the right amount of time? Jerky is still up, right? He's playing. It looks like he's a solo, but no. iDrop, his teammate, is still there. The elimination finally comes through, and so it's a 2v2. Well, actually, no, there's more teams in this one. My bad, Ryzen down below. He has a handful to deal with. Hookah will come through. His teammate, his orgmate, running into him, and he deals with that. Jerky now not done with the battle himself. He needs to be careful because Podesai hits hard and hits heavy. iDrop now trying to clean up for what his teammate couldn't do. Can he take Podesai out in this moment? You can see how difficult it is. The zone is closing Podesai away. He's tanking that damage, and iDrop is able to just stay up and wait as the zone continues to take Zeston all the way down below. He needs to make use of his med miss. He needs to get his HP up while he can before it's too late. Podesai, not just an inch of HP. It might be too late for him as well if he's not careful.
He's found corn and bandages as well. This man's ready to go. All iDrop has is 120 HP of that med miss to use. Someone's about to lock in. Zeston's already started to take a little bit of the damage on the backside. Does iDrop have enough heals? Can he find Zeston as well? Now he understands what's going down. If he doesn't get shot a little bit, he might take that fall damage too all the way towards the floor, but they're both gonna go for the heals. Who has it? It's iDrop. This man is too healthy. This man is too powerful. He overheats in that 8th zone, gets so many eliminations, and the victory royale.
It's the big drop with a victory royale, a heal-off. No, that's not the type of heal-off we've been accustomed to seeing today, but definitely one he will be proud of. The med miss came in clutch, and the big drop was able to close it out for iDrop and Jerky, and you can see what it means to them. Jerky, ecstatic, brilliant stuff for that duo. Game 4 goes to them.
I really like the split they had too, sending Jerky down to do as much damage as possible, interrupt Podesai, maybe put some pressure on his Zeston down too. That was a lot of trust in iDrop, or the big drop once again by Sorry all the way up top. But let's see exactly what the analyst does have to say about that one, because that was a very thick game.
Thank you so much, Shia, Wager, and Levin. My goodness, you love to see those moments we can like tune in with the players, have those player cam moments, just see them get excited. That's what this is all about, baby. Game number 4, I believe that was, if I'm not mistaken. Reese, you know me, I never learned how to count or read, so don't hold anything against me. Thank you so much for that confirmation, Reese. Wow, one for the books. A lot of chaos now in this last game, but I kind of really just want to go back and touch on like Podesai there and Snazy. Their awareness on those mid-game tarps were kind of next level, man. They looked so clean for a long time, and to make it in the top 3, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, for them, that's kind of like a classic playstyle that we've seen Snazy do way back when in trios, right? A long time ago, that mid to low ground playstyles where he's always been super good. And Podesai, like, is a player that it's so funny because I don't know that much about him, right? When I was looking back, I feel like every tournament I hear about Podesai, I see Podesai, and when I looked him up, I was like, he's only made 1 FNCS finals back in Chapter 2, Season 6. And I just assumed that he'd made way more than that, but this could be the time for him now.
Yeah, and I want to talk about iDrop and Jerky, right? iDrop and Jerky from that high ground. They got a little bit of a lucky zone pull. Zone pulled back slightly into that 7th and 8th moving zone. But, you know, you can always rely on iDrop. You know, this guy is the absolute solo demon. The big drop. Sorry about that. He's the absolute solo god, right? Qualified multiple solo cash cups. And when you want someone in a 1v1v1 in those final situations, he's the guy with the nerves of steel and he's going to be able to do it. I liked, by the way, how Jerky dropped down there, really trying to play the format, trying to get those extra eliminations, and at the end, of course, seeing his face cam there is always lovely to see.
Absolutely, and you know what? In 3 of the 4 games so far, they've been on height at some point, right? They've been always repeatedly trying to get it. This time, it finally paid off for them. They were able to hold that out because none of the other height teams were really left in the game. We saw Queasy and Hen on fairly early in the 5th zone. However, they took it with minimal materials. Then we saw a huge material investment in that first moving because they didn't have a launch pad. So it's like, after that, Pinker and Ass weren't in the game either. So a lot of the big height teams were gone, which allowed Jerky and iDrop to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be the return of Hen and Queasy, right? You know, they're finally an endgame that they made it into, but as you saw in 50-50, the mat count not looking too hard, about 50 builds per person there. And, you know, unfortunately, they're not going to be one of those teams that are going to do it today, I feel like.
Man, that's a tough pill to swallow, but again, a few more qualifiers. We're still playing for series points. Much can still happen. Let's take a look at our standings and see how we can prepare ourselves for games 5 and 6. Remember, once again, top 5 is the cutoff. That's where we're trying to make it. If we can get in that top 5, we can auto-qualify to finals and just take a deep breath. Take a look at our top 5 right now, Reese.
I mean, one of the interesting things here is that between 2nd to 3rd was like 40 points before that last game. Now that margin has definitely narrowed up a little bit with a lot of the other teams' potential. So it seems like Tayson and Chapix in first. Look, they've probably qualified in the next 2 games. Snazy and Podesai kind of the same. Maybe not. You know, they could go down off Swan. What I would really want to look at is Relvis, Krusty in 4th. You got Kovacs and Zrox popping off, who are now all the way up. And then from that win, the big drop, and Jerky now up in 6th alongside Satan and Dark as well. So these guys are all super close to that ability to qualify here. So I want to see, there's 2 more games left. Can any of these teams manage to keep that consistency up through the next 2 games?
I don't like the curse there that you did, Reese, on Tayson and Chapix. You never know. 2 games, like you saw, 14 places above for iDrop and Jerky. Anyone can do that, and Tayson and Chapix could fall out of the top 5. So I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed because the Reese curse is kind of crazy.
Definitely.
With just 2 more games to go, we're gearing up right now. This qualifier 1 is coming to a very quick conclusion. So let's find our seats on the bus. Let's find some popcorn. Let's get ready for this next game. Shy Wager 11 2K over your beautiful faces.
I don't have popcorn here, Zeke, but what I do have is an appetite for more amazing games, 11. I mean, some of the top names not in the last one. Are you liking the way it's going with these up-and-comers jumping up spots, or do we want to see that big, hot, tough action?
No, that's what it's all about, right? I think even when you look at round 4, the teams that qualified through, right? After round 3 yesterday, people were sort of saying, well, there's a lot of teams who you would have expected to call that didn't, right? And so if you sleep and you miss out on your opportunity, people will be there to take it, right? And that's what it's all about. Of course, some of these newer names have been impressing over the past couple seasons, and at some point, right, people will have to start taking over, and I think we're starting to see that today.
Yeah, and even if you aren't asleep, even if you're awake or ready to go on your POIs, there's some people who are ready to put you to bed, right? We're seeing these third-party things happen game after game. It was Tayson and Chapix in the last one, DKS and Bad Sniper sometimes. What can we expect in this one, Lev?
Look, if it's the case of Greasy Grove, that's a deep, deep sleep, right? They ain't waking up from that anytime soon, and that pains me to say, but, you know, we've seen some domination. We're going to probably see some more domination, but let me not speak too soon. We've got Game 5 coming up right now.
All right, 2 more to go. 1 more chance to kind of fix mistakes, and after that, it's a lock-in game where it's kind of the last chance to do whatever you can. This might be a slight switch up for some teams, but everyone should be in trouble right off spawn. 3 teams over here so far in Cuddle, 1 flying across. That's Lowless, doesn't want anything to do with this fight so far, and Girls is already down.
Yeah, that's real tough. You're seeing Shizo's able to get the pick-me-up there.
Oh, okay, reverse sleep happening over at Greasy. ADN finally going down for the first time. That's Tanano, a new team that's landing there.
Well, that's what I was actually going to say, right, in terms of before we saw the fight happening here at Camp Cuddle. The nature of the bus path meant that the team that was third party in the Greasy fight would have landed first, right? And they would have been able to get a third party again, and that's what actually happened. I believe Vortex went down to Leon Flares, right? Which obviously isn't one of the teams who you'd expect it to be in the nature of those fights. Janice actually just going down there in the feed, so we didn't get to see Greasy, but a lot went down there, and the bus path played a big factor into what actually happened.
Look at Tilted right now. Savage, Benji, and Jackson all going for it. I think Benji gets knocked, but that's just a after-the-fact factor of what actually happened inside the drop, and it's going to be Benji and Savage that end up winning that off-spawn fight and are chilling. Still, this one a very important one. Dictates if one of the top 3 teams gets to keep playing. Auto shotty in hand. Shizo needs to find the ceiling fast.
You can see he's hunting, he's running.
Come on, Bacon.
Oh, he's getting
Just give it to him.
he was getting shot from Camp Cuddle, I believe, as well. Belushi and Hydro. Not seen much of these guys, but they came in clutch in that moment. For Shizo at least, but now he'll have to get away. Make sure he can pick rolls up.
Oh, they're running. My man's farming chests and roofs, and Belushi and Hydro are running. Not sure about this one. We'll keep an eye on that feed to see exactly what breaks down. Electric Squeeze up against Hookah and Zestin. Condo Canyon looks like Zestin already taken down. And someone else as well. No, it's Andilex just picking up one of the eliminations so far. They're going to just wrap up Hookah, and that's how you finish a fight fast.
Yeah, and that's a team that was really deep into last game, right? So to go off spawn like this is rather unfortunate, but I'm sure the Frenchies won't mind. And let's just squeeze. Still yet to have the sort of game that I think many people will want them to. It's Yandy and Joe in a fight again off spawn. Something we've seen a bunch. I think I actually saw Yandy complaining on Twitter about being contested and having to fight off spawn, but look, just win your fights, mate, and maybe they'll stop contesting. I wouldn't contest if I was them, if that helps, but I don't know what that does. Or would I? Is Yandy taking a couple shots here? I don't know, maybe I would actually. Just gotta be careful.
They're talking about the re-skirts on the desk. It feels like every time you say something, Levin, the opposite just straight up happens, like in an instant.
Love to see it. This is why I don't want Tayson to an FNCS, you know?
Okay, true. I like you covering your bases, man. Okay, you say that, and Tayson's down to Ryzen. What are you doing? This is your fault.
Oh my goodness.
This is your fault, and Chad has seen it too.
I'm actually throwing right now. That's crazy. That is
Well, how did
crazy.
Ryzen pick that one up?
I don't know.
There's just no way.
We just have to hope. Well, I'm hoping Chapix can do the little clutch. I don't know.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Now he's going to go down too.
Oh, dear. Was Yandy's done a brilliant job while we were waffling on about curses and whatnot. Picked up 2 eliminations here. And they've just been really dominant at sign-up station, so I don't know why anyone would want to contest them. This is what happened over at Command Cavern. Chapix actually was already down, so they're actually out. That's the first place team. And so This isn't even. This is no. I'm not letting you guys do this. This is not 11 jinx. What, who were the guys on the desk waffling about? Oh, hopefully they keep their first place. Who was it? Reese Hub, that Scottish guy. He was talking mad. I don't know what he was saying. Stop jinxing my duo. They're upset, right? That I'm on course to win the prediction prize. So they're doing everything they can. I am. They're in first.
I don't know, man. Anas is still in the lobby somewhere. So.
Yeah, man.
You know how it goes.
Here we are, break.
Last 2 game Anas is kind of a different warrior, but the same beast, as a wise man once said. But we'll see. We need more Reese, I guess, to make some nice calls because, yeah, it makes it interesting when that first place team goes down sometimes.
Yep, it definitely creates a power struggle, right? A battle for that first place that we've seen play out so many times. And Snazy and Podesai will be vying for it.
To talk about, something that I feel like Boop and Reese have been keeping under the rug, which is their hot spot pick of Queasy and Hen. I mean, Levin, let's talk about it. What's going on today with them? You know what I'm saying?
It's a sensitive point, that I'm sure they don't want me to talk about. Psych! They're going to talk about it. Queasy and Hen. It's not been great. I'll be honest, I feel bad. I feel bad because those are my guys.
I was about to say, man, you're about to go in. Like, what the heck?
I didn't want to go in, but I was in a call with Queasy before FNCS started, and he knew himself that if they didn't get zones, it was always going to be rough, right? And they have genuine. I don't like to be the guy to put things down to luck because at the highest level, the whole goal is to mitigate luck, right, in your favor and go that way. But genuinely, with the changes, them not having vehicles, playing at the northernmost part of the map, when you get so many south zones, it does just become so difficult to really do anything in these lobbies, and that's been a very big hindrance in their momentum. Again, all we can do is hope that these last couple games sort of go much better for them because they are a top duo, right? They've been top this whole season. They obviously won FNCS. They're accustomed to winning games in the qualifying stages rather early on as well, so uncharacteristic performance from them, but they'll rise soon, I believe.
I think the best thing for them too is that this is just the first qual where they're getting all these qualms out of the way as well, right? Like how it feels to rotate in the zone, how it feels to play with some of the best teams. I mean, 5 of the best ones here we're watching right now won't be here in the next qual. You have to assume that Hen and Queasy will because it's Hen and Queasy, so guarantee they qual for finals at some point. Until then, though, they have a few weeks to figure out what to do when they don't have zone because, yes, it is very difficult. There has to be something because you're not always going to get it. And we've seen how this season is with south zones. It feels like that desert is very much more so preferred in this chapter than any other.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how many south zones you get out here. You got to talk to your guy in the back, ask him what's going on.
I think he's on vacation somewhere in the desert right now, so it actually makes a lot of sense.
You know what? He's just making it easier for himself.
Oh man, Relvis Krusty versus Theko and company.
Them fights where you or either you or your opponent is using a shield keg are always hilarious because I just stand there and my opponent's just healing me while I'm fighting him, And fair play, he's being healed as well, but he's just straight up healing me. It's always weird.
It's a liquid time, you just want to get healed. I'm trying to find some type of Joker pun, but it is you literally just said the most literal thing possible. There was no gaps in the
I didn't leave any room for interpretation, any fun or anything. No,
that's fine. That's fine. Happens sometimes.
Yeah. Well.
You mentioned these guys slightly before we started talking about shield kegs. Snazy and Bloodasai, I think, are the most graduated team coming into this qualifier. Let me explain how that works. I'm guessing, Z-Andy, Podesai, maybe even Floki Clement, you could toss him in here as well. Kind of coming in, Musashi Mabuka as well. As to will they do well? Will they find a footing? I feel like Podesai and Snazy have found the best one out of all teams so far.
Yeah, obviously Reese talked a lot about Podesai there on the desk in terms of just sort of, how he's very much an established name in competitive EU Fortnite, right? If you're in the streets for EU Fortnite, you know Podesai, but he's almost not accomplished as much as you'd expect for someone of his namesake. But these guys have impressed, man. And so from going to 50th in round 3, maybe a cheeky first place for them today, that would be quite the something. something we've seen on the E before, right? Way back in the day in some of the
Okay.
old competition we saw. This is actually really nice for them. I don't think we've seen much of this in terms of them taking out the South Sleepy team. So that's huge, right? Obviously, Vettel and Lotix, the team landing South Sleepy uncon. Mahen and Queasy having a bit of a word with them. An aggressive word with them.
Having a shout. I mean, well, it's kind of different on the other side of the map. No conversation being had. No person A talks than person B. It's silence as people are just kind of sitting up in their bases. What is Snazy? One of them. I guess this has to be the game for Hen and Queasy, though, to really move forward and just be able to win off this game, or maybe even get in that top 5, get some control, some essence of it. But it feels like that zone will just keep pulling down, down, and down. Astro with a quick boost up. Okay, maximum accuracy. He picks that one apart and down.
So we saw that fight last game, and it was the reverse, where they were just in Storm, but Astro lost. So congrats, Astro. That's my guy. Just shouting out all my friends today, aren't I? Pretty unprofessional by me, actually, if anything.
You were talking about what was it? The duo tree? Explain that to me. What is this?
Okay, so everybody, right?
Yeah.
We all have duo trees, right? And a duo tree is just like the link of your duo. So like if you have once played with Shire Wager and Shire Wager played with Mongrel, then Mongrel is on your duo tree via Shire Wager. Do you get it?
Okay, yeah, I'm following.
And I was just making the point that my duo tree is nuts. I'm like my duo tree. I might be the greatest Fortnite player of all time when it comes down to duo tree.
Okay.
That's not a pro. That's not a pro.
Yeah. Explain to me your duo tree.
So my duo tree is we could be here for a long time, right? Obviously, I played with a big Trippen, right? Trippen's obviously playing with Thomas HD this season, so Thomas is on my duo tree. Thomas HD's played with Tayson, so Tayson's on my duo tree. You know, I got the likes of I got so many people on my duo tree at this point, man. I can't even keep track. I got Mongrel, Benji, all of them on my duo tree somehow from people I played with. So like, honestly, if we were to add up my duo tree, I think I have like every single FNCS victory plus some from like NA as well. I go cross region with my duo tree. Right.
So that's a duo bridge.
It's a forest.
Duo forest, yeah. That's insane. I can't even quantify. I'm not going to pretend to even try to match that. You know, I don't have the benefit of starting with Trippern. I mean, you have a pretty big leg up, so.
Yeah, he kind of carried me, too. he's carried me a long, long way, I'll tell you that.
Oh, man. All right, now, duos taking turns carrying each other in terms of total elimination points per game. Sometimes Snazy has the edge. Today, I feel like Podesai's just been popping off, though. They're struggling a little bit on the back foot. In zones like this, Levin, where do you like to be in general? Are you a center man? Are you a line man who's trying to always be on the move? What is the 2K lifestyle?
Well, for me, before the changes were made, I'd been grinding the scrims, right? Because I'm a grinder, you know, I'm on my grind set. And I was landing Rocky, and I had an IO car there, rip my IO car. I also used to always have a launch pad, so I used to just like playing center zone, right? Center zone, ping people off, get my surge. That's the sort of guy I am, right? And so my straps not really as functional now, sadly, but Podesai, Snazy, they're not the greatest of spots. They're being forced into taking this fight, and it doesn't actually go their way. So second place goes down. That's going to be huge as well. First and second place no longer in this game, and that just means everybody else below, again, has a leg up. Grows and tries it. Okay, sorry. My memory's bugging out right now. I was going to say, are they still up? I know we saw them fight off spawn, but I completely forgot if they're still up or not. I dropped Jurikia up in 6. Pinkin and Ash just went down, so unlucky Shio.
Yeah, we did that thing with the girls in Shizo where like the screen went full yellow sepia and then it said to be continued. You know what I mean?
Cool.
He was farming.
Yeah, cool.
Do with that info what you will. Yeah.
Well, Grows just went down in the feed, so...
okay.
There we go. There's the update you guys were looking for, and I was looking for. That team's gone. So a lot of teams in the top 5 are basically down, is what we're getting at, if you didn't figure that out before. Yeah.
Did we see Chapix fall completely or no?
Chapix was knocked when Tayson fell. So
okay, so
it was a full white.
Yeah.
Full white.
They're fully gone. Anas in pink. I hope this is not a complete elimination. Is this from the cannon damage?
This is a complete elimination.
Okay,
Actually, wait,
we
no,
also
is it?
cut
Actually,
off.
it might not be.
I saw a player icon, like an arrow, going straight for that build
Yeah.
while Pink was going for the res, so I don't think they made it either.
Well, another game where we can see a shake-up. At the end of the day, we're getting closer and closer to that final game. And at the end of it, you want to be sitting in top 5. That is the ticket, the golden ticket to the FNCS finals in a couple weeks' time. You don't want to miss that one, I promise you that.
Oh, wait. Okay, so did you mention that Grolls went down completely? Or that he was just in the feed?
So Grolls just went down. Grolls went down in the feed.
Well, on the bottom left,
He's
we're
up.
watching different games. Yeah.
Yeah, he got red. He got red.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Grolls went down. He went down to himself. I think he either it was a storm or something, or just something. He went down to himself. Maybe it's 4 damage. Actually, I don't think it was 4 damage. Either way, Grolls is back up in the game, so they're not completely out. If I did say that they were completely out, apologies. My bad. I'm nothing
No, it's
but
just my understanding. It's my ears are the ones that are off.
It's probably me.
No, for sure. No, it's my apologies. It's my apologies. It's my apologies. No. Let's not apologize for Andy and Joe's position right now. Look at this. We talked about control. They finally have it. It's just in the 4th zone on the edge.
I was waiting for you to realize that zone was about to setting up right now. Could just be like absolutely tragic. Hey, instead of us just waffling, they can just put updates to the top and let us know who's been eliminated. So I'm just not going to speak anymore. And you guys can see that.
Clever Floki. For how? This was the game. Well, man, all these, like, you know, runner-ups, as if someone falls, they have a chance to fill the spot. It's just so, I don't know, surprising to me when they go down. I feel like they should have that one game on lock, but who knows what happened on the south side. We're locking in to the fortress for now. And this is where I think this is one of the most difficult zones to traverse in this game, no 11. It could literally be mountainous. We could go straight up, you know, chapter 2 vibes in the ocean. There's so many opportunities.
Yeah, the fortress is an interesting area. We all do play the game. I'm sure many people share the same sentiment as me when I say I try to avoid the fortress. And all the AI just constantly hounding you down can get tiring. But the pros can deal with it, they're fine.
You don't know why they're hounding you specifically. They're just jealous of the duo tree, man. There's not much else to say. You know?
Okay, man. I'm gonna start getting memed for this duo tree stuff now. People are gonna really think I like hold that close to my heart. But,
okay, let's see what the big drops got. Hen and Queasy also in here, 2 of the biggest duos to follow right now inside this game. Shiza looking to take that lead away from Chavix and Tayson as well. A 10-point differential for him. So Chavix and Grolls, or not Chavix and Grolls, Shiza and Grolls need to make sure they survive for at least, what is it, 5 more minutes. Past that 5th zone. And into the 6th and moving. iDrop trying to look for anything right now. This is going to be enough damage to be up and above that. Some people falling inside that feed though. X squeeze down to Mappy. Shy's on a tough spot. The 420 damage above, they are completely fine.
yeah, you saw iDrop there. He hit that guy for white HP. Usually that's a trigger to just sort of relentlessly continue to hound them down. He was nice in the fact that he stopped to heal up, but I would expect him to start focusing them again. You can see he sort of aimed down his sight, looking at it. And this is going to be huge now as that 5th zone pops. Who will it favor? Who can use that momentum? Shiza and Grolls have done a great job of using that momentum thus far. We saw they pulled it last game, but this time they won't have that same benefit. A very tough distance for them to travel. And I don't believe Grolls has a launch pad in his inventory.
Might be a few drop towards that south side. There's a few airdrops towards where the safe zone is. Some teams possibly battling over it in just a little bit of a second. Jackson Boa.
That's tough.
Maybe constricted right now. Barely any room to breathe. This is going to be tough for this duo, but they're going to make the most of it. Only white HP available for Boa, so he can't even top off with that shield. Drax also getting into his flopper pool. This is so bad. In terms of even fighting a fight, you're not going to be that strong either. Basically just operating at 50 HP at all times. Boa's gonna hopefully wait out the zone. One person needs to go down, and apparently it's just him.
Yeah, you saw Shiza and Grolls capitalize on his teammate Drax. And they got that loot and they sort of tack sprinted out. Nobody was able to sort of be in that area to recycle a pad by any means. And so They're just going to have to sprint their way, and you can see they're trying to make their way onto the pad that's actually there by default at the Fortress, but with such low HP, you'd expect Shizer to go down. Boa wasn't able to hit the shot. He can use the pad though and make his way in, but with such low HP, 1 HP. Oh my goodness. Nah. 1 HP. You've got to be kidding me. They've stayed in this game, and what a way to do it as well.
There's a reality where that spray from Boa hits, and this game goes so different. You see the mats that were put down were all from Groves beforehand as well. Shizo has the majority of them. The 1 HP Shizo has the utility, it's all on Shizo. The Elims, the momentum from this game, are riding on this man who got in with a sliver. And right now we look at who else is not allowed to play. Edison down, and I'm seeing Mappy pick up another elimination. This man is really rolling with the pressure and the momentum this game. I want to see exactly what their duo is about. Belusi and Hydro up against Malibuca and Mustache, who've made it here too. A team where, once again, I feel like they just hyperscale when they get into these games. The later it goes, the stronger they get.
Though we talked about it, right? Being able to make the most of your opportunities in the game so you have them, especially when you can just not spawn. And we'll see how they play. You can see the zone pulling back towards the Fortress to that west side, going over some elevation as well. And we'll see how these teams deal with that. Juriki and iDrop up on height, they'll be uber aware of what they have to do and if they can sort of climb up and beat that battle. Shizo and Groves have their eyes on some pads, and you'll see they wait one out, and it finally does get to them. And so now they can make their way towards that first zone. And this is going to be a huge game for them if they want to secure that spot in the top 5. They're in second, and they can take first. iDrop and Juriki in the back of the zone, finally taking their pad. We're recycling one, making sure they're the highest up in the sky, and they can land back on high ground where they most are comfortable. And Relvis and Krusty, another team that's done very brilliantly, but on lower layers. And maybe this is why, sneaking in the back of the top, doing some damage there, Relvis, but not getting too greedy, not overextending, just staying in this game with his teammate by him.
The way they're moving on the top right now, Relvis and Krusty are on your screen. I mean, this was like a secret spy mission. Box to box, mantling over different layers, and as the pressure escalates, so does the low ground in the zone. We're kind of moving up mountains and then jumping across right and left. It is Belusi and Hydro that have height for now. Juriki is ready with iDrop to maybe go for that big jump. They have the potential on the mats to be able to do it, but the space might be running out. There's so many different types of mountains in the way, and now we're even moving even more north in this zone. Juriki down with so much damage needed to be got, and iDrop actually falls. This is going to be huge for the potential for this duo. They get fragmented in half. Juriki still has the power to take down everyone in his lair. It's his space, and you cannot invade.
Juriki hitting some big shots there. This is his time to solo clutch. He won't be able to do it from a height just yet, but if he can stay in this game, that will be huge. They are just outside of that top 5. Shizo! Oh my goodness! Hitting some huge shots in that moment, keeping his team in the game. Groves isn't there, but he certainly is. 4 elimination. He has all of his team's eliminations up to this point, and he might not be done yet if he can keep hitting shots like that.
Everyone now fragmented. There's a huge cost in moving that zone. Height has lost their partner all the way down towards the low ground. It's just solo games. Meanwhile, Mustache Malibuca, they stay just together, unsegmented, ready to go up towards that second height layer. And Mustache, there it is. Here's the POV. They're just rattling down. It's the effects of a minigun almost, the way these guys are utilizing the pressure. They're so good, and they have so much space to work with.
Pre-edit plays in their endgame. These guys have unlimited confidence. They are reaching ultimate levels of comfortability in this lobby right now, and that's going to be a big problem for anybody that gets in their way.
Potential with the 6 chuck splashes available as well. They have so much to work with all towards the end. Oh my goodness, it's 12, 13 in Mustache's inventory. He has the loadout of gods right now for this position. The best possible place he can be in with the best loot as well. No one else really realizes it. Juriki now out of fuel, out of ammo, out of everything in terms of a position, and he's lost in the low ground too. Everything's starting to move up. Mustache and Malibuca basically on the perfect layer. Everyone else squeezed, can't breathe. All the way here in low ground. Relvis and Krusty have a little bit of a pocket of air to kind of work with. Darker going down, but this is where pressure really starts to ride up.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough, right? They didn't have enough mats to be able to close teams off as they went up the hill, and so they're just going to have to go back into the zone, use all those chug splashes they have, and this might be huge. They might actually be able to outplay this. Rising in Painter, though, they're suspicious. They know that there's a team in the zone, and so they need to be uber aware of anybody trying to take it. Malibuca and Mustache, they've actually low padded back into the zone. They've got a bit of mats to hold on to, but they're now trying to fight for height. They need to be careful. Is it going to be too early? Can they actually hold on? This chug splashes are dwindling, but their shots are hitting. They now have height. They forced them off, and this is their game for the taking. They want to do another one.
What a way to get that high ground. Big shots from the backside from Mustache. Malibuca's there with the wrap down. It's like watching an arm and a hand work together at the same time. They're reading each other's minds on these takes. As a result, though, Maxry pushed down towards the low. He always hits those big shots. Mustache and Malibuca are there. They want to win this game single-handedly by themselves. Malibuca now low for the moment. There'll be a cost to this fight. Krusty melts in the zone. What a way to own a VR. Mustache and Malibuca are just on fire today.
They don't get many chances to do this fighting off spawn, but the games that you give them, they take them wisely. A brilliant performance showing us what they can do. Pre-edit, but I still can't get over the fact that they were doing some pre-edits out here. The 13 splashes, these guys were set up for victory.
They took a pit stop. They literally took a timeout mid-end game, healed up, padded back in, and said, oh yeah, we gotta win. I mean, I've not seen the likes of that before from a duo. It's always a solo type of play. That might be one of the most interesting VRs we've seen so far in Europe.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. And we cannot forget about Krusty and Relvis, who did so well. Second place is huge for a team that's already in the top 5. They have etched their way potentially into the FNCS finals. Guys on the desk, you guys need to hit us up with what's going on in the standings, because that game was huge for everybody in that lobby.
But, Levin, where did they get 13 splashes from? Where was this? They stopped by the store on the way to this game. They're like, hey, let's just stock up on splashes. Let's make sure we just eliminate a bunch of players. 13 splashes, Reese.
Yeah, with 13 splashes, I mean, you just have...
Look at me go. Nice one. Good stuff. Sorry, I totally interrupted that little technical problem on my side. I was about to say it was dropping fire, trust me. One of the best things is that they had 13 splashes, but that was only on Mustache. Malibuca himself also had more, and we saw that when they went back into the zone, you started to see them using them in the heals. They were one layer apart, and they were just splashing themselves at like different times, double wasting. And I thought, this seems a little bit off, but the retake from them was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and I was thinking after the last game, they were a little bit invisible. You know, Malibuca and Mustache not in an end game, and all of a sudden, they come out with an explosiveness. I don't even know what I just witnessed in this game. They were just jumping in, and as I mentioned at the start of this broadcast, they love their pre-edits off on the high ground. Dropping down, pre-editing, just jumping into boxes. And, you know, with that type of game, they must be somewhere in the top 5.
Yeah, and honestly, when I saw them in endgame, I saw them go for the pre-edit play. At that moment, you know, I think it was, what, 20 players still left alive? I was like, these guys won this game. You just from that moment, it was like you could tell they had that confidence. You could tell that they were on a roll, and that was just going to keep going uphill.
It was either them, Reese, or it was going to be whoever eliminate them, right? You just find the elimination like 13 splashes, 3 floppers. What? You'll have to see it. I cannot believe. Guys, super quick. This is the first time we've actually seen Storm Surge be prominent in qualifier number 1. All these other games, you know, you're looking at right around 70 people, and everyone's just like, no Storm Surge necessary. I guess that 3 points per elimination really showing up, huh, Boo?
Yeah, I mean, we did see it in game number 1, and I believe after that we didn't see it at all. And obviously the 3 points per elimination really making a difference, but I think it just has to do a little bit with the meta as well. Lack of course, people just don't really know how to rotate, and we saw it happen to Podosai and Snazy this game. Unfortunately, you know, they were top of the leaderboard, they were second place before this game, and nobody expected it, right? You thought, oh, these games are really unstacked, we can play it out, we can sort of have different positioning, but when Storm Surge creeps up, as it always does, things can sort of explode in that way.
Yeah, I think also we're just seeing like so many fights off spawn. Like there's so many POIs that we've seen that just have like 5, well no, not that many of 5. One of them has 5 teams on it, and there's just fights every single place around the map, left, right, and center, and it's like the numbers just drops, but after it hits like that 70, it stays, you know, and when it gets that 3rd and 4th zone, like then we're seeing Surge coming into the moving zones at that point.
Yeah, and talking about those 5-0 spawns, right? Tayson going down early. Reese, I don't know what kind of magic you have. You did mention the top leader. They're so easily qualified. But there you go. First game down to Raisin. I mean, what's going to happen on the leaderboard then?
I don't know. I mean, they were first. I can't remember if anyone went higher than 157. I didn't see that. This was obviously the clip of them going down at that moment. You know what? I did curse them. So you know what I'm going to avoid doing is I'm going to avoid making any predictions on this team right now because they were in first place. Now that's what happened after I made a prediction the first time that they ended up going down. Try not cast or curse them too much more. And here we go. This is what the actual leaderboards look like right now. They are down to third. So absolutely, there is potential that if Tayson and Thomas, I was going to say Thomas HD, old habits from last season, who are now in third place with 157, if they go down off spawn again, then Snazy, Podesai, Mustache, Malabuka, who will maybe be the team who would eliminate them, could overtake them and hit that qualification spot.
Yeah, and eliminations are running rampant, right? If you take a look at it, 25, 17, 18, and then 28 and 24 for Malabuka and Mustache. These guys that are fragging out, not even making it fully to endgame, they're the ones on top.
You know, what's interesting also is those Mustache and Malabuka elims are basically
wild. Yeah, how? I mean, especially to jump up from a 12 and to now be in top 5. Boop, that's where I want to be as like me and my duo.
Yeah, we all wish we could be in that position, but not everyone is Malabuka and Mustache, so.
That is absolutely fair indeed. We only have one more game left here. Remember, we're trying to get in the top 5. If you're just tuning in, you've missed 5 incredible games of Fortnite. But don't worry, stick around. This is the last one here in qualifier number 1. If you want to catch more action, NA East, NA West will be back later in the day. We also have the next qualifier 2 days from now if you want to enjoy more Fortnite action at the highest competitive level. But this is it. This is game number 6. Buckle up, everybody. We're doing this one last time in EU for the day. 11-2K Shia wager. Over to you.
here we go.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Boop, and Reese. One more game indeed, 2 players per team, 3 to 4 decisions, 11 that kind of dictate what happens here. Top 5 make it in because it's game number 6.
Yeah, this is huge, right? Of course, we've been setting everything up all day long, and now we finally have that final opportunity for teams to get their spot in the FNCS finals. The first round of teams to get that opportunity, and definitely a worthy bunch, right? These guys have been so impressive over the course of the 5 games, but it almost doesn't matter if you can't deliver now when it matters the most, when you need to have a big game to secure your spot in that top 5.
Yeah, and it's been seesaw. It's been flip-floppy for these teams. A lot of the time, sometimes they're not in the game, they're off of spawn. Sometimes it's a solo kind of clutch that's bringing them all the way here towards the top 5. So they have to make sure it lands on their side of the court here, 11, because if not, I mean, this is the last chance. It's the last hope.
Yeah, and with last chances, last hopes comes, you know, last opportunities for teams to have any bit of joy off spawn, and we're going to have to see who will have the last laugh of today off spawn as we head into the final game of Qualifier 1, Round 4.
Here we go. Had a top 5 so far that's been looking pretty solid the entire day. A few people are jumping in. 12 spots jumped. Fire winning team. Last game, Mustache and Malabuka, they're in 5th place. 136 is what everyone's trying to catch up to. That point total will start to rise. One focus is that feed for now. Mustache taking down Anas. It happens almost immediately at Command Cavern. Looks like this duo is here to stay.
That is huge. That is absolutely massive. The desk talks about how they've not even had many games to actually even be able to play out, and when they have had them, they've done so well. If this can be another one, that'll be massive. Shizo and Grols, nothing special here. You can see they're celebrating because they have had no issues whatsoever at that Camp Cuddle area. Look, Vortex and Janice, finally some good news for them.
Even if they can't get towards that top 5, I mean, it could be a crazy, 30 bomb that happens. Who knows? Even then, I'm not sure if there's enough. But it's about the experience, about understanding how some of these end games even play and getting your duo dynamics down, getting a leg up on the competition, both on your POI, your rotations, and how things might look next week for your duo if you hopefully do make it in. That being said, this is exactly where I wanted to be. This is what I wanted to watch. Is Pink down? Answer is no. Just Anas taken away off the top blimp. Meanwhile, Malabuka and Mustache, they just gobble up all the loot Tasted and Chapik's also probably waiting to see who they can target next.
Yeah, look, you talked about whether or not it will be possible for those guys. Yesterday on NA East, Peterbot did drop a 24 bomb on his own. As a team, they had 30. So I was in round 3, and it was NA. But,
That's okay. That's the operating thing I was about to say. You know,
I was just joking, man. I was just playing around, man. That can't happen around the EU, man. NA, absolutely embarrassing. Letting someone get a 20 bomb? Come on, man. How could they?
Peterbot is assembled alternatively, though, so there is a, you know, I feel like he's also one of the only players that can do that.
Yeah, true.
Xerox and Kovacs rolling through. Saw their names somewhere near the top beforehand. I think they were near that top 5 now. 9th overall at 118 points. Pay attention to that golden number beside the shield and health bar total. It is top 5 that rolls in. You can also pay attention to the bottom left where you can see the duo mate's name right above him. It says team number 9. It's on a random tag. That is their position on the leaderboard so far. If you see anyone with the number and letters of team number 5 or above, then they are qualifying for the finals right now. 4 places is what Kovacs and Xerox have to climb. Pump spray coming in.
Does really well there to hit that shot. I thought for a moment he was going down. Jox wasn't able to stay up though, so unfortunate times. Snazy and Podesai, that is tragic.
Not
It was
again.
all going so well for them in the games leading up to the final 2, but another game where they just go down way too early. That was the 4th place team, and so we'll see if their spot holds, but they won't have much of a say in whether that is the case or not. They go down over at Coney, and that could be heartbreaking for a team that's done so well today.
Yeah, when it comes to Flois and Mappy overall today, they have just been menaces in these last 2 games, 4 and 5 so far. Taking apart so many top teams, especially towards that 4th and 5th zone. Looks like their battle actually, their hunt starts now in the early game.
Flois and Mappy haven't had the best of days. Obviously, Flois and Mappy did very well in some of the earlier rounds of Qualifier 1, but just haven't quite been able to piece it together. Juriki and iDrop, though, I really hope they have a good game, man. Was talking to iDrop earlier today. He talked about how he has sort of no expectations almost, right? Coming into this round, no expectations, just wanting to keep things chill. Juriki was a bit more excited than him, right? In terms of their chances, but, you know, he wanted to make sure that they keep a level head, and I really do believe they've done that today, right? They've been very composed, a team that's very much impressed me in this first qualifier, and I'd love to see them call through. But of course, they have to earn it, and they are a couple points just outside of that top 5, and so we'll see whether they can deliver in this final game.
Now, what do iDrop and Juriki need for the moment? They obviously want some of these height teams gone. And Austin Pink might be down for the count in this one. Possibility of that revive coming in or the reboot in just a little bit on the side of Pink. Meanwhile, I think Tasted and Chapix aren't supposed to be allowed to play the game either. You know, Joe and Andy, Hen and Queasy, a lot of these teams that like to prefer high ground need to be gone for Juriki and iDrop to have a solid way in, or they just give up their height takes and play second height, but that's been tough for them so far today, Levin.
Yeah, it's been very difficult in terms of how the high ground battles have gone out. To be fair, iDrop and Juriki have always had a say in them every single game, right? And so that alone, you know, deserves its own credit. But I would love to see this duo get back involved. The height takes we saw in the first 2 games were so cerebral, so clean, so well executed by them. As well as these guys have done, I wouldn't be surprised if there's been a couple arguments today, knowing these 2 guys. I mentioned at the start of the show, but, you know, they do clash heads at times, and I'm sure some of the more unfortunate games they've had of late maybe have sparked some, but in this final game, they have to be united.
Well, at least they have home turf in this game, right? I think for
Finally.
4 out of 5 games, yeah, we've been in the desert. We got 1 pull up near the top, which was the last one, but now we're all the way on that north side.
But to be fair, like we sort of mentioned earlier, right, of all the North teams, they're the team that probably won't mind as much, just because they have a means of transport, unlike some of the other ones, right? So
makes a lot more sense, and they don't even have to move that much either. Darkiz and Satan as well, 8th overall. I think they've kind of been our poster child for mid-game positioning, and just a safe spot to tune in with the entire day, but also pretty quiet so far. Very close to being inside the top 5. Don't have like the pizzazz, some tag we can put onto them like we are on a bunch of these teams today. But maybe they can finally find that definition, the personality they need, the one big play in this final game to get top 5.
Let's take a look at some of the things that have been happening in and around the map. Kami here over at Rocky Rails, forcing his way into Zrox's box and dealing with him appropriately. Mustache now hitting some shots of his own on Pink. Pink was looking a bit lost there, unfortunately. He goes down. Oof. Oh, wow. A clean shot from Axe-Force.
These are some chunky striker pumps coming in, just taking away HP pools over and over again. And this is going to be very good for Relphus and Krusty on some of the teams that we saw fall in that replay package. A lot of opponents that have been picking them apart the entire day. They get to live, breathe, and they're in second place looking really good, right beside Grolls and Shyzone.
Do you think these guys hold on to their 5th place slot?
See, let's actually answer it from the perspective of casters and analysts. Let's do our job for once. What do they need to stay in 5th place in this game?
Well, to start off with, max materials is nice on Mustache.
Yeah.
They've obviously got decent positioning. I'm assuming they'll be fine on Surge in terms of the off-spawn fight that they had with Pink and Anas.
Yep.
Obviously, a pad would help, I'm sure, but I'm not sure if there was one in the other inventory. He didn't have one when we were just watching there.
What I'm thinking from them, right, is they need to get to a point where they can start playing their game. I feel like the one big buff and the one aspect of Mustache and Malabuka that no one can touch, as soon as they hit that 6th zone, 7th zone, they're not playing on anyone else's lair anymore, right? No one's kind of coming to them in a sense. They get to dictate every fight. They get to see every rotation, make pre-edit plays. They get to dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, one of the keys to why they're so successful in that particular sort of field is the fact that they are so incisive with their decisions, right? Doubt is one of the biggest, sort of problems you can have at the highest level of Fortnite, right? Doubt is huge, and they have none, right? They make all their decisions with such conviction in those moments, and so if they get there, they're always going to be a big threat. We've seen why, and hopefully we can continue to see why as they push to keep 5th place and even higher. Floki and Clement not looking too comfortable right now.
Trying their best to make something out of this game, but you have to understand everyone that's kind of like in this position, 16th to 22nd place, they not only need this VR, they need so many more eliminations. So as a result, you can already see in this lobby, 2nd zone, only 62 players alive. All these fights breaking out, all these small bases, everyone's trying to get their games ramped up fast. Now, to go back to Mustache and Malabuka, one place where they don't have control is when the game does get very slow. When there's so many people alive and they don't get to choose where to go. Where now they're indecisive rather than decisive, like Levin's saying, where some of the hesitation comes in. What's really good for them and a lot of these teams that are good for late game, like Floki and Clement that you just saw. With so many people going down, there's more room to actually play. There's more room to be passive. You don't have to actually stick your neck out and get that much surge. It's so much better for these late game, mid, low ground teams, and that's exactly the game that Mustache and Malabuka and Floki and Clement play.
Yeah, this is nice. You can see how every position they're taking, they're sort of trying to optimize to make sure that they can keep a high level of materials, refarming on the wood there as well. A metal box just for some added layer of security at this stage in the game. But all round, things are looking really nice for them.
It's really good for Krusty and Relphus as well. I think the only times they've ever gone down is when someone actually shoots at them. When it comes to defending against pressure, I feel like this is one of the teams that gets bullied and tossed around a lot. With less teams in the mix, with people not really going for surge as much, with more quiet on the map, they get to skip a bunch of these problem zones. Meanwhile, Jerky, I drop people who like to bully, who like to play that slow form kind of game, go for the big mountainous positions, get tags without box fighting. This might be a different change of pace overall in game number 6. That being said, though, who do they have to take out? I mean, Mustache and Malabuka have to go down. Joins the Andy have to be removed from the equation as well. Snazy and Podesai are already gone, but everyone ahead of them are just so sticky in terms of duos. They don't like to go down early. Even in late game, they end up solo clutching all the way towards that top 10. I'm worried for iDrop and Jerky.
Yeah, they're going to have a really strong game, and especially with how well Tayson and Chapix are setting up, right? We've seen how they've struggled in some of the games in terms of being able to continue to fight for height, right? We've described it as the rounds after round, right? Do they have that endurance to go all the way in these fights?
I'm just like, it feels like, as we watch these replays, by the way, Clement and Floki just doing a really good job of waiting out the third party that was Andalex and then turning around this entire fight. Going back to iDrop and Jerky, they only have like one move, which is play for high ground. We haven't seen anything else in their deck of cards. We haven't seen much inside their arsenal other than doing that fine or surviving off of that. Can they make the last minute switch to play?
I don't think they can, and I don't think they should.
Okay.
I think they have their philosophy set, they have their game model set, they understand it well, and I think they should stick to that, right? Because it can be effective, it can work. You know, we literally just saw it work, right?
True.
But at the same time, you have to have that belief. If they don't, again, like I said, it all goes back to what I was saying before about doubt, right? If they don't have that belief in themselves as they go into that final game, into those final moments, you know, what are you here for at the end of the day? So, some key decisions to be had and to be made. Look, Rovers and Krusty, they've had a very consistent mid and early game. Very, very consistent, very secure.
I mean, look at their placements on the day so far. Third, and second in the business. Middle of the day, 19th and 9th. Still not the worst, but yeah, these guys scream consistency. They don't get too active on the eliminations, though, but they are here to stick and play.
They've just been super efficient. They've just been super efficient. And a lot of the teams that will optimize for efficiency in these lobbies do look to try play high. They haven't necessarily done that, but it's still been just as successful as anyone else, right? So, props to them. I don't expect that to change in this game. Tayson and Chapix making use of that IO vehicle that we've been raving on about all day, and they're going to just be able to pick their spot. Need to be careful, right? It is sort of getting towards that side of HP where you consider it low.
They only really need it for like the next zone. I think they're fine after that. But this is, I think, the hot seat. I mean, I've already talked about it so much. This is the only team in trouble, I feel like. I think everyone else's game plan works. It's them against the lobby right now.
This isn't good. We're going to be forced to a stop there. They are set up nice. They've got a bunch of shields.
Oh my god.
Some white HP. Of course, Jerky takes some damage there, which may be bad. And so that's going to chunk into their shield total a bit, but the big thing here is that the team that's actually holding them, it seems, is Mustache and Malabuka, right? A team that will very much be wanting them to not do well. So we'll see. Malabuka looking for an angle.
It's 4th versus 6th.
Stinger from that range isn't amazing, but it can be annoying to deal with. But you can see there, Jerky and iDrop, they just decided we're just going to invest in materials to guarantee our safety into the zone. So they tunneled their way in, not taking any risks, and I think that very much will be a theme to watch out for. If somebody does try to take height from them and things get a bit too hot in the kitchen, will they just drop down and leave? Maybe that will be the play. The longer they can stay in the game.
Yeah.
The longer they can stay in the game, the better their hopes are, right, at the end of the day. And I think that will also play into their thought process. Sorry.
Just don't want to overthink. That's all it is. Because against 6, like, that's where the pressure really comes in. So you're right. Just have good beliefs in your values and the philosophy you have in the game, and keep rolling. Some of these philosophies are tougher, though, to execute than others. What's happening? The Darkest, 2 different edits on 2 sides. And you have to assume now there's going to be some communication going back and forth. I've been in this position as Satan too. I'm definitely getting yelled at right now. That's too much.
I know what those comms sound like.
Talking about this team real quick. Up in this base, really raining shots on every single duo across the world. Their secret, Zandy and Joe so far today, has been consistency, but consistency with elims to get towards the top 5. They're kind of just sitting at top 10. They sometimes come 20th, but they're getting close to almost 10 elims in some of these games. 7, 5, 8. An elim heavy playstyle to get into top 5 is really scary to walk in with in the game 6. Because a lot of the time the lobby is smaller and the pressure is really, really high.
Yeah, and it's all about your own convictions, right? You're putting it in your own hands. Shaking an eye drop. Gotta be careful, guys. 182 above. So hopefully they'll be satisfied with that engagement and leave it be. In terms of the Andy and Joe, like you said, they're relying on just being able to hit their shots. And so going into the last game, there's more pressure on them than almost anybody else, right? Because they're not making it that deep into these games.
And then look who's sitting right behind them, like trying to take over, right? It's Jerky, it's Hydra. They want to take down Z Andy and Joe. And right after them is Malibu and Mustache. In front of them, Tayson and Chapix on the bottom left. And then we have Relvis and Paradise, Grols and Shizo. Two of the stickiest duels so far, making so many top spots, seconds and thirds places. Jerky though low, eye drop. Desperate for what is a question, some type of control, positioning, and defense. But they're going straight through so many different heals. There are people under Surge around their base trying to find a way in. And eye drops down 2 inventory slots already. The end game hasn't even started.
Yeah, they were looking so healthy at around 3rd zone, and now it's all down. It's really tough. There is some loot here, and so I think some minis they'll be able to grab, but
that's huge.
The materials have dwindled. Their shields are also a lot lower, and so are they even going to be able to play for height in the way that they want to with what they're working with?
iDrop was at 100 metal before and low brick. He just got fully refreshed right there and swapped out the green burst for a mythic. That might be a big change.
You can see Mustache. He's waiting for someone to pad, and it's just not coming. He has his own, but he just wants to use somebody else's, eventually making that decision to drop the pad themselves.
Chapix
Not
and
wanting to
Tayson
take
on
any
heights.
risks. Yes, Chapix and Tayson. I said I wanted to see them back up here. And look, they might look comfy in terms of qualification, but they won't be satisfied with that. They want 1st place, and I want it for them as well.
Chapix finding a few knocks already off on that high ground. Jerky iDrop moving in, but the finish line for them is getting further and further away. Zandy, who's right ahead of them, has found 1 knock already inside the feed, so that pressurized hit your shot playstyle already going good for the duo in 5th place on that bubble. Jerky fall from 6th to 7th. That's gonna be tough for them. A mental hit that they can't really see, but we can from our side of the feed. Look at how high Chapix and Tayson are as well. That's insane. And do they even pull the zone? That's a big question.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. Zone's pulling towards tilted, right? And so things are going to start really getting interesting in terms of traversing through some of those builds over there.
You see the blimp, Levin? I see the blimp, and I feel like it's going to be in play. Look at how high ground, or look at how high ground is. Like, I just feel like with the way pads work as well, this is going to get really, really unique.
Yeah, I'm sure Tayson, Chapix, they'll be thinking about that. Doing as much damage as they can. I'm sure they'll be looking to try to recycle that pad. They got the chunk splashes to re-up on the HP when that time comes. Juriki, though, on this side of your screen, they're being forced to play low ground and try and make their rotation in. They haven't got that luxury of a launch pad or a vehicle.
Drive-by.
You can see someone's just trying to get into their box. This is really awkward now. iDrop, Juriki needs your help. You need to get in there, help him out. He's such low HP. Hardfine doing so much to stop him. And iDrop's able to stay up for just a moment. Hardfine eventually goes down. iDrop will win the fight. But that's cost them so much in terms of timing and in terms of HP as well. They still do need to move on just that bit, but it's not going to be an easy path on this layer.
Shizo is down in first place. He's going to be taken out. Not sure if his teammate is still up and alive. Logan Mustache still providing that pressure. And yes, iDrop was just looking so good as a solo jerky, shaking up inside that box. Look at Mustache and Malabuka though. It just seems like they're playing in their own pocket dimension. So much space. It's peaceful. Meanwhile, Tayson and Chapix at war. Their entire home up top broken down, and they're up inside second height now. So much invested, no metal for the moment, but the beams are still there. Tayson's going for it. They're under in terms of surge, is it? No, not even. It's just the pressure from the other team. They're getting their shields completely wiped and removed. Have to find some time to back off, play on the defensive and heal.
Of all the teams, you wouldn't have expected Tayson and Chapix to get awareness checked, but that's what happened, and so now they can't play height for the meantime. It's gonna have to stay below. The HP is so low, but we know they're comfortable regardless of the layer. We'll see how that develops. iDrop though on the bottom right of your screen only has himself to fight in this game, and eventually he will fall. It won't be enough. They tried so valiantly, but they fell just before the finishing line, and so now Tayson and iDrop will take their places up on low ground. And as the zone continues to move back away from Tilted, people are going to be fighting through their own builds as well as Andy and Joe just on that 5th place slot. They need to stay in this one as much as they can. The longer they stay in, the better for their chances of going to the finals. That's Krusty and Relvis in front of them. Can they knock out some rivals?
Everyone does not want to go down. So many people still alive. 22 inside this zone, and we move way past city limits. We're going way past out to the suburbs. There's barely even any buildings to be able to hide behind all the way on low ground. Tayson and Chapix still moving in second place. I really want to see Ziandy's perspective. They're the ones in 5th. They're the ones right on the line. Malabuka in 4th are going to be in that position as well. 8th place for Max 3 and Axe Force. They've done some crazy things in terms of just individual fights, and they're looking to just wrap things up still on the top side. Krusty and Relvis have taken over that 1st place slot, come at a huge cost as well though, as they're low on materials, down on low ground. The asphalt all blown up. It's a nuclear war zone for the moment right now, and unfortunately they're gonna go down to the radiation. They are gone. Max still up top. Tayson taken out. Is he gonna have enough to stay in? It looks like it's Ziandy in 4th place currently. They're looking so good. They've survived up until this point. Ziandy taking a little bit of that mist and landing a few shots as well. Will this be enough? Will 161 hold is the question. He's still making it all the way in the zone. He finds his way in. A little bit more time to delay, but how much is left for him? Just 5 HP on that Met Mist, 30 on the shields overall. Squeeze also being taken out. Malabuka in 3rd, 6th place for Axe Force and Max 3. They need this win. They need the elims as well. Let's see what they can do. I saw a little bit of a point total there. 140 for them. They're so far back behind right now. I don't think it's even possible, but what a ride they had up until this point.
They're going to have to try their best. These last 2 eliminations won't be easy to get. Malabuka and Mustache doing their victory lap. 12 eliminations on the game already. This has been such a performance for them, such a climb. We knew they've taken it on the chin, and they've moved through. And now, as the final fight breaks out, Max 3 will hit a huge shot. It's not the first time we've seen him do that today, but isn't going to be enough, like Shayo said. Now, in a 2v1, Malabuka, we've seen him win situations like this before, where Axe Force and Max 3 can hit the kind of shots we've seen them hit. It'll be easy work. They're knocking him down. They're trying to force him to fight. And you can tell he doesn't want to. Doing some love taps here, just forcing them back down. Trying his best to stay alive in this one as much as he can. Forcing a mistake, if possible. But Maxi and Axe Force, they just got to stay composed, cool, calm, and collected, and keep trying to chop him out. 2 shotguns are better than 1. And you can see they're just going to keep it going, spraying relentlessly.
Another connect from Malabuka. I mean, this duo up top has been so good at just keeping control this entire game. He is 1v2ing with this pressure. They're gonna have to fall at some point to just having no materials whatsoever. Max 3 has a chance for some type of build off. 1 player already down. No way Malabuka does this again. There's just no way he does it. 1v2 in the 6th game of Qual 1. Malabuka, the GOAT. This man is just too much to handle.
Malabuka is an absolute animal. What a player. To close it out with the victory out, 2 versus 1. Oh, dearie me. Yes, it was a heel off, but he never wavered. The relentless pressure they applied to him in those final moments, we were highlighting it. They just kept spraying, they just wouldn't stop, and he never wilted one bit. And game 6 is theirs. We wanted to know whether or not they'd be able to handle it, competing, contesting over at Command Cavern, and they did more than just handle it. They thrived, they soared, and they are heading to the FNCS finals.
Just absolutely a blowout in terms of the way they've handled every single portion of the competition today. And as Reese and Boop said, they basically only played like half the games, Levin. I mean, if they had all 6, we'd be breaking records.
It is actually unfair what we've been able to see from these guys, and I can't wait to see them competing in the finals. But I want to know who the other teams are that will be competing in the finals, so we're going to kick it to the desk. Shia, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you today. I can't wait to see you on the next qualifier as well. To everybody in chat, thank you very much, and we'll see you very soon. Desk, hit us up. Who's going to the final?
You know, we'll get there in just a second, Levin. First off, I gotta say thank you to you both, of course, Levin and Shy Wager. Super awesome games, great next level casting abilities. Y'all brought the heat, and so did Europe. I mean, Reese, this last game, those final few moments, it just looked like a shark playing with their food, you know? Just kind of like, I feel like for Malabuka, he was never even worried, right? He just run around like, okay, yeah, there's 2 of you. Like, I have everything I need in my loadout. I'm just going to hold you off. Because, like, you could think for a moment he could have been a good guy, right? Like, oh, well, we probably already qualified. Let's just let them get the win. You know, maybe that'll push him into 5th. He's like, nah. I'm just going to make you, it's going to seem like you have a chance. And then I'm just going to rip it away.
Yeah, I mean, I think we always give Malabuka the props that he deserves, I think, on the broadcast. And let's be real. Last season, right, I put him as the best player coming into FNCS. And then, you know, overall FNCS didn't have that big a performance. I was slightly concerned about them coming into this day because, like, they're good in cash cups. They have the potential to do so well, but in FNCS, they just haven't proved themselves. Right now, this is just a dominant sweep. They're just showing why they are probably, will I say it, the best team on the region right now?
Oh,
Wow.
here you go again. It's a little bit scary there. I don't know.
Do you disagree?
I mean, you're not wrong. They're definitely the most exciting team to watch, right? And, you know, like you mentioned, they came into this tournament with a little bit of a, you know, a lack of, let's say, momentum. Obviously, they got 6-0 by Pink Ananas in the last Cash Cup. Now, all of a sudden, you know, they did sort of tie with Pink Ananas. And then, you know, in 3 games, they just did this absolute masterclass of Fortnite. Who can even compete with them at this point?
This is both good and bad, right? Like, they secure themselves a spot in finals. That's the good. The bad, this means that they're now in finals, which means we won't get to see them until that point.
I was like, what's bad here?
Listen, I'm going to get there. Don't worry. This means that now other duos can look to compete at the cavern as well, right? So we'll see. But here's your top 5 that have qualified and will be going on through to finals. And I just want to like, if you're tuning in and you're just like, what does that mean, Zeke? Like, what's happening? So we're trying to compete for top 5, and everyone else who does not make it in the top 5 are playing for series points, right? So the game's not over for any of these duos by any means. We still have 2 more qualifiers to either make it in the top 5 or make it high on the series point leaderboard. But congratulations to Joe and ZN, excuse me. They made it into that top 5, followed by Grols and oh my god, Shizo. I confused myself, Reese. Just save me, please.
Don't worry, I got you. In 3rd, we got Relvis and Krusty, a team who popped off. And I was going to say no games, to be honest with you, but they were just super consistent through every single one of them. A team who just had pretty low eliminations, really low, 3.17. I think the lowest in the top 10 out of any of the teams today, but just were really consistent all the way through. In 2nd, you know them, Tayson and Chapix. And then, of course, in 1st, Mustache Malabuka. So that means the first top 2 teams are both Command Cavern teams. So that's them now out. So when we see the next qualifier come, Sunday? Yeah, we're going to probably see a little bit difference going on here. Different teams, you know?
And that always makes finals a little bit more spicy, because if the top teams for Command Cavern are making it through, it probably means that we're going to have a few more going into the finals as well, and that's always going to be really, really scary. I want to touch really quickly, though, on Ziani and Joe. You know, that was a duo made out of the big snaking that happened in EU. We mentioned at the start of the show, Thomas HD and Tayson, splitting up from each other. Now, 2 of them are qualified. Ziandi, who used to play with Chapix, qualified. Chapix, who used to play with Ziandi, now qualified with Tayson. And now the question is, will there be more of those Command Cavern teams coming through?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Yes, I think thinking of that's going
undoubtedly.
to qualify at some point. No reason. Pano may even get through as well at some point. They've, both players performed really well last season. Seem to be doing well this season. So the Command Cavern teams definitely. I think like Andy picking on him right now from what we just saw. This is like a perfect solo clutch. Andy is known as the clutcher for a good reason, and that was it right there. The solo clutch to take him up till 5th. Up ahead of the 6-point team, which, we'll see how many points they're on in a second when that whole graphic comes up from that point. But great qualification through, good clutch from Ziandi.
Yeah, definitely, especially in the qualifier 1, right? To kind of hit the ground running is where you want to be. Because remember, we are playing for those series points, right? So if you can't make it in the top 5, that's okay. Let's still fire as hard as we can, get as high up those standings as we can, because we're still accruing series points. Here's our look at our overall standings. How are you guys feeling about that 6th place to 10th place? Boop, I want to start with you.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the math. Like we mentioned, my math isn't my best suit, but I'm pretty sure Malibu Merchants just took away Axe Forces and Maxu's qualification. Unless I'm wrong, I think that is probably the worst way to go about it. But yeah, the top 10 here, definitely names you would expect. Polyscience, Stacey, iDrop, and Jerky. They had their games. They weren't hyped a lot of the times, but couldn't really battle it with some of the big boys on top. So maybe come next week, we'll see them qualifying.
Just to confirm, if they won that game, they would not have managed to qual. So it would have been one more elimination point, so another 3, and then 4th the victory. So no, but regardless, I actually want to give huge props out to Maxry, who is Usuri on Twitter. I made to look for his proper name. I think Maxry, just to make sure he's hitting the maximums, and he absolutely has been. There was a fantastic 1v2 moment that we saw earlier on against Floking Clement, which clutched them massive points. And then even in that end game, we saw maximum after maximum. So that aim looking real crisp right now. Oh, also, we didn't see the floss from Juriki. It's out there. Just saying that.
It is out there
ready
somewhere.
to see it. I'm ready to see it.
Somewhere out there. Let's take a look at the next page over here to see where players placed in that 11th through 20th. And I think here it's not that far apart, right? We're talking top to bottom, right around 40 points, give or take a few points. Forgive my math. I never learned how to read, write, or add. I'm just going to keep adding to this list, by the way. But still, once again, players that I just wouldn't expect to see on this second page, right? I'm looking at Floki and Clement, my prediction. Andalex and X-Squeeze, right? Pink and Anas, just to throw 3 names out there. What can we do to prepare for next week, Reese?
I mean, firstly, you got 2 days to do it, right? So you got to start tomorrow. So
I'm sorry, next time, not
next week. You already think some of these teams might qualify through on Sunday, right? So qualifier 2 starts tomorrow. They've got like the first 2 rounds there, so they don't have much time to start to actually prep, right? So it's like tonight, these guys don't go to bed at 10 o'clock, right? So we know that they've got a couple hours today to just figure out what were the mistakes that we made today, what actually went wrong, was it early, mid, late game, where were we making the full errors? So figure that out today, and then just stop thinking about it, move on, and start focusing on the next qualifier.
Yeah, they already made it to finals once, right? So you don't have to change it up too much, but when it comes to the finals, they're going to have a little bit of a different situation, and just those micro adjustments could make the difference between making the finals this season.
I love it. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me and breaking down all the action. Reese and Boop, you incredible humans. Make sure you guys at home give them a follow and give Shy Witcher and Levin2K a follow. That wraps up the EU region. Once again, if you like what you're seeing, you're like, dude, I absolutely want to see more. Don't worry, we have any East and any West later on in the day, so come back for that. Before we say goodbye, let's take a look at our predictions. Let's see how we did. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I didn't do great. Classic Zeke, I don't get my predictions right. I'm so sorry. But it happens. Okay, Reese, Boop, explain, please.
No comment.
Yeah.
Go next.
Let's not talk about it.
Really?
No. Let's be real. Let's
talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, so they had the first 3 zones full south. And I know, firstly, right, we know Queasy, we know Hen, mentality can be thrown off pretty substantially. So for them, if they had a kind of a rocky first couple games, it's going to be really hard for them to get the mentality back on roll. So, I think either on Sunday or the next qualifier, depends how they play. If they have a good first couple games, it's like that's a qualification for them because they're going to keep that momentum up.
Yeah, and we did mention it, right? The last tournament that they played, the Duo Cash Cup, they got 12th place, so they're still going to... But, they'll come back stronger. They're one of those teams that are not going to give up, and they'll be here again next week. Sorry, not next week, Sunday.
I know, I did the same thing, right? So we had added an additional qualifier. That's what we're so used to saying next week, but it's really just in 2 days. So, hey, more Fortnite, more FaceTime with us. Really, it's more FaceTime with Reese and Boop, because who cares about me? Fortnite fam,
I do.
That is it. Thank you.
I don't know if Boop does, but I do, yeah.
Depends on the day.
You love to see it. Fortnite fam, that's it from us today. Remember, 2 days week from now, we come back for the next qualifier. Next week, we come back for the last one. We're here for semifinals and finals. We love you all so very dearly. Legends Landing, if you're watching from there, we love you all too. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate that. Until next time, we'll see you on that battle bus. Beep, beep! Woo!